Chapter 2345. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insect's powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiu Zhe from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Wan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiu Zhe to avenge the deaths of Katian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Wan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Wan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon." After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed, and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble, the mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot, under the pressure of the dragon's might. Everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the Azure Dragon. True Dragon. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yi Hen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the Azure Dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the Azure Dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet. Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yi Hen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets. Even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yi Hen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yi Hen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps, her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while, and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Song Ying, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yi Hen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor realm's cultivation, Song Ying immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yi Hen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Song Ying originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Song Ying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Qiu Zhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Song Ying to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger. Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, 4 heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yen glared at Chiuze hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Chiuze for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the 4 heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. 4 heaven puppets kill. Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Chiuze was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi-Chi, the invisible power cut Chiuze's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Chiuze's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Chiuze died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets' kill. This 4 heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Chiuze couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Wan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shirtsong-ing had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain-defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shirtsong-ing was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, sect master." Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shirtsong-ing had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shirtsong-ing was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain-defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shirtsong-ing go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Shirtsong-ing had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Shirtsong-ing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shirtsong-ying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father!" Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." While they were talking, he glanced at the four symbols' heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the four symbols' heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Qiu Zhe and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the four symbols' heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. "I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters." Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters." Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Qi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Qi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shi Tsongying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Qi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. "Then, who is this little sister?" Qi looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the third-order Dao Source realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Qi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. "Master's servant, Lu Yen greets Master." "Master? Servant?" Qi looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted. "I didn't know that you had such a hobby." Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, "Do Shui Yu and the others know about this?" Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shan Qing Luo's and Shui Yu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star, so their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore." Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, "Master doesn't want me anymore?" Yang Kai said, "Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you." After Lu Yen obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken, so Lu Yen was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yen thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, I choose to follow Master." "Master, please don't drive me away." Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, "How dare you? When did I drive her away?" Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Lu Yan, that soul puppet," as if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking. Before he could finish, Lu Yan sternly said, "Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals." Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yan nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all 4 beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yan added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again. So even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yan shook his head and explained, "The heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai's expression changed. "You mean the earth veins in the sealed world?" Lu Yan said, "That's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world's spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it." After a pause, she continued, "But if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move." "Understood," Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qi Yu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Tao Source realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long, and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet, so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source qi, and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source qi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shi Tsong-ing had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao." This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse." Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are." All right. Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring. So he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. "Father." Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here." "Then why is father sighing like that?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first." I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, yes. After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly, Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan? Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad. Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes? Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, is this old man for real? After pondering for a moment, he said, those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master you won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued. What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. So what is Sect Master Yi afraid of? Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, does Sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm? Yi Hen smiled. This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain? Being able to break through to the third-order Dao Source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity, this old master doesn't have that much time, Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai said, since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time. Yi Hen smiled. It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Liu Yan, as if he did not see Liu Yan controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Liu Yan's origins, or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third order Dao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Dao source grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the 9 heavens profound pill method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third order Tao source realm comprehend the Emperor Realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qingxi, they were both cultivators in the third order Tao source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qingxi and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves Sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves Sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves Sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves Sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves Sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th-order monster beast. But at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips. "Little White is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. Well done. He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves Sect to play with. But he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's, wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiaobai, Xiaohei, Xiaohong, Xiaolan, Xiaohuang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. This isn't that white tiger, this is another one. Huh? Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. Why don't you want that white tiger? Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yen said, "The four symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I push myself to the limit," Lu Yen answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yen thought for a while, then said, "There is." After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them." What's the use of being good-looking? Yang Kai was about to die of anger. Strength is king. Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted. "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you." "Because I taught him how to control puppets." Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chi Yu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai Hu's cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Tao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Chiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble, but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect, so Yi Hen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects. But now that Tian Ho had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it, who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Yi Hen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chi replied, "They came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled. "Then Chiu Yu is willing?" "Chiu Zhe is his father. Chiu Yu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right?" Gui Zhu replied. "So what if he's not willing?" Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Chiu Yu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now, he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death. Yang Kai sneered. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Qiu Yu would seek revenge in the future. So he crippled Qiu Yu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Qiu Yu was Qiu Zei's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Qiu Zei. Thinking back to a few months ago, Qiu Yu was still flushed with success, but after a few months, he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Qiu Zei and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Yang boy, we have something we want to discuss with you, Aio suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Qi Yu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Guizhu nodded and said, It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect. You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhu said, That's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, Do you really want to join? Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, Ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Songyun said, Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple, so it was understandable that Qi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Guizhu and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Qi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Qi Yu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going? Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I want to look for Xiao Xiao. Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others had been found. Only Xiao Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. How are you going to find him? Qi Yu frowned slightly. I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld sect and look for Yin Lisheng. Maybe he knows something. When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Qi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lisheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lisheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lisheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld sect. There was a Netherworld sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld sect in the star boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld sect in the star boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. You must be careful, Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you. Qi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld sect should be a big sect in the star boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lisheng also knew that Yang Kai was a star master and wanted to snatch his star's source. Star source was a rare thing in the star boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. I understand, Yang Kai smiled slightly. For them, I will never put myself in danger. Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Qi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Qi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills. But even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beast, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source qi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This he should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang." But young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. This he has been impolite. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Sect Master Yi is too polite. After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Qi Yu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider." The reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts. Not to mention taking care of them, even if young Master Yang wanted the position of sect master, this he would not even frown. "This old man still wants me to marry into his family." Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. "I won't be staying. I still have things to do." Hearing this, Yi Hen didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. "Then this he won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you." Since Qi Yu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hen was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. "Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm." Hearing this, Yi Hen's expression turned solemn. "Last time, this Yi misspoke." Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hen proudly declared, "If this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm." The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately, at this point he sighed, I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body. Chapter 2350. Yi Hen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition. So what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this, and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hen. This spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi. This is. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him. But he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this?" Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way. So this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill. So how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yi Hen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill?" Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yi Hen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even those in the Emperor realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hen knew that he was nearing the end of his life, and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hen to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yi Hen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill in front of Yi Hen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Strictly speaking, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, Yi Hen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai, Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge C. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jing Han and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life. So what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hen obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jing Han, Qi Yu and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone go back. I'll come to see you another day. Gui Zhu grinned meaningfully. Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded. That day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it or should I? His questions seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists, before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now she looked exhausted, her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the city lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King realm, while Yang Kai and his companions were all Dao Source realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. Chapter 2351. The ice-cold longsword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Yang Kai was too great. While she was still halfway there, Yang Kai had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, "Brother Chai!" The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the longsword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge this sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Yang Kai, she would still die at Yang Kai's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai Hu in the process. Chai Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi chi chi. The sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai Hu's blood? Of Luo Bing. His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai-Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai-Hu had his own selfish motives for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost! Chi was furious, and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gui Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai-Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition, and instead rushed towards Chai-Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gui Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious. As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai-Hu's mouth. His source chi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source chi into Chai-Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. I'll take him back to treat his injuries first, Gui Zhu said, before he carried Chai-Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves sect. Before leaving, Chai-Hu coughed softly and said, don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties. Chi-Yu sighed. What's the matter? Today's incident was inexplicable, but Chi-Yu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Chi-Yu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai-Hu had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, I won't take revenge. Big brother Chai, don't die. She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai-Hu was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Chi-Yu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, he won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Chi-Yu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Thank you, thank you. As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. You're on your own now, Chi-Yu said, before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Yang Kai arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lusheng to inquire about Xiao Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lusheng. As for how to inquire about her, Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lusheng directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hen. Yi Hen also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these 2 mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yongkai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yongkai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Yongkai was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil, and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Yongkai had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Yongkai could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivators' space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way, they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Yongkai had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Yongkai headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Yongkai arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yong stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 2352. Yongkai found a seat on the 3rd floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the tea house guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Yongkai needed. After sitting in the tea house for most of the day, the tea house guests changed batch after batch, but Yongkai did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, he probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Yongkai was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Yongkai was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my Endless Treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Scram." After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xian Yun? This woman turned out to be Lu Xian Yun. Lu Xian Yun, who came from the territory of great desolate star like Yin Lusheng. Back then, he and Lu Xian Yun were forced to join Blue Feather sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xian Yun, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xian Yun was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Qi Yu and the others, the source Qi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather sect, he and Lu Xian Yun also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the third floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xian Yun, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xian Yun's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xian Yun, it's me," Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xian Yun's palm paused midair. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang?" The two of them entered Blue Feather sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xian Yun seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xian Yun, the best days in the Star Boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xian Yun's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" "It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it," Lu Xian Yun insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai, so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this Endless Treasures Pavilion. Yang Kai was also a third-order origin king when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. "If you still remember this brother, tell me what's going on." A trivial Endless Treasures Pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this Endless Treasures Pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yen and Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai used its full strength, it would also be a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger," Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, "I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to." "They're going too far." Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, "What are you selling?" "I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident." Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. "What price did they offer?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Come with me?" Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly. But when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly. "Why are you here again, slut?" The manservant looked like he was only a First-Order Origin king, but facing a First-Order Dao Source Realm Master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, "You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet." Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In mid-air, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover. So how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. Although Yang Kai had just told her that he didn't put the Endless Treasures Pavilion in his eyes, and she knew that Yang Kai's strength was definitely not ordinary, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would hit someone as soon as he came in. If she had known this, Lu Xianyun wouldn't have let Yang Kai in no matter what. This matter had blown up. Although Yang Kai only hit a manservant who couldn't be seen in public, the other party was the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion after all. Being slapped more than a dozen times in public was tantamount to slapping the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. How could the Endless Treasures Pavilion just let it go? For a moment, Lu Xianyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling that she had implicated Yang Kai. Her heart was filled with guilt, and she only wanted to take Yang Kai away from here, the farther the better. As if feeling her anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai reached out and squeezed her palm, smiled at her, and said, "Don't be afraid. Big brother can handle it." Lu Xianyun looked at his bright and confident smile in a daze, and inexplicably, her mood suddenly calmed down. Chapter 2353. Who dares to cause trouble in my Endless Treasures Pavilion? A roar came from the back hall as the burly bald man who had injured Lu Xianyun before rushed out. His towering body gave off a strong oppressive aura, and the aura exuding from his body was also extremely ferocious. Seeing this burly man come out, the young servant who had been beaten up seemed to have found his backbone and rushed towards him, his hands covering his cheeks as he called out vaguely, "Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for this lowly one." As soon as this person came in, he attacked this lowly one indiscriminately. This lowly one's strength is too low to resist, and all of his teeth were knocked out by him. Look at this lowly one is so pitiful." He kept crying, and with the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he really looked very miserable. If someone who didn't know the inside story knew about this, they would definitely sympathize with him. However, Yang Kai didn't use much strength, so although his injuries looked miserable, they weren't serious at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively. "You dare to act wildly in my endless treasures pavilion? Boy, you don't want to live." The burly bald man stared at Yang Kai with a pair of cheetah-like eyes and shouted fiercely. Turning his gaze, he saw Lu Xianyun standing next to Yang Kai and seemed to understand something, grinning viciously. "I was wondering what was going on. It turns out you found a helper." Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai mockingly and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what benefits this woman gave you to make you stand up for her, but you made a big mistake by daring to come here." With a wave of his hand, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion suddenly closed, and 4 Dao Source Realm Cultivator rushed out from all directions. They surrounded Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, leaving no room for escape. This unforeseen event happened extremely abruptly. Lu Xianyun's beautiful face paled in an instant, and she couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai, as if seeking some sense of security. A calming aura lingered at the tip of her nose. Lu Xianyun looked up at Yang Kai and saw his indifferent expression. It was as if the situation in front of him was nothing to him. Influenced by him, Lu Xianyun suddenly calmed down. "They're bullying us with numbers." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth as he looked around. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that the 4 Dao Source Realm Cultivators were all first order, and the burly bald man was only a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. He didn't know where they got the courage to close. They actually dared to close the door, trying to deceive others and make Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stay here forever. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the bald man just snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xianyun coldly, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't intend to do anything to you. But since you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness and took the initiative to return, don't blame this king for being ruthless. It just so happens that this king lacks a bed warmer. You're pretty good looking too, be you." Lu Xianyun trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "In your dreams." This shameless man not only stole her spirit flower and injured her, but now he even coveted her beauty and wanted her to take the initiative. How could Lu Xianyun tolerate this? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although her status was lower in the star boundary, she still had some self-respect. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The burly bald man was obviously impatient. Seeing Lu Xianyun reject his offer, he waved his hand and said, "Kill the man, leave the woman. Open your eyes and see where you are. How dare you come here and make trouble?" The 4 Dao Source Realm Cultivators surrounding Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun attacked together, using their secret techniques and bombarding Yang Kai. Murderous intent filled the air. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and were ready to kill Yang Kai according to the burly bald man's instructions. Treasure Trove Pavilion had a great background, so what did it matter if they killed a few people? They could only blame this little brat for having eyes but failing to see and daring to make trouble here. But the 4 soon realized that something was wrong. The moment they moved, the entire space of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable force filled their surroundings, making them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. The 4 were all Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and although they weren't very strong, since they had broken through to this realm, they had some understanding of principal strength. They immediately realized that this force was affecting their movements, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, making them unable to breathe, and even making it difficult for them to circulate their source chi. Obviously, this was an extremely profound principal strength. The faces of the 4 changed drastically as they pushed their strength with all their might, trying to break free, but with little success. Yang Kai grinned and shot out a golden blood thread. In an instant, a golden light flickered and shot towards the 4. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk after a strange sound, the golden light dissipated, and the principal strength that filled Treasure Trove Pavilion also disappeared at the same time. However, the 4 Tao Source Realm Masters who attacked Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, not moving at all, as if they had been immobilized, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. After a short while, a person's body suddenly collapsed, as if he had been cut into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Blood and broken internal organs flowed all over the ground. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the other 3 also shattered, and in an instant, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The bald man obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vicious. He thought that Lu Xianyun was only a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and that the helpers she found wouldn't be of much use, so he didn't plan to take action himself. But now he knew that he was wrong. Those were 4 first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators, and it was extremely difficult for Treasure Trove Pavilion to cultivate them. But they were all killed in a single confrontation. How could this level of strength be something he could contend against? The manservant was even worse. He had been standing beside the bald man, trying to intimidate him, and wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai being killed to vent his anger. But when he saw that the result was very different from what he expected, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted. You dare to kill people in Treasure Trove Pavilion? The bald man's face was pale. After realizing that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent, his blood turned cold, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. What a joke, they want to kill me, so of course I have to kill them. Yang Kai sneered, staring sharply at the bald man, and said coldly, Now it's your turn. As soon as the bald man heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly made a gesture, and his whole body was covered with a layer of red blood light. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had used some kind of blood essence burning mystic technique. His body flew back like an arrow, trying to escape from this place. At the same time, he shouted, Head shopkeeper, save me. Even if the heavens come, they won't be able to save you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clearly stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the bald man, his whole body pressed up against him, his eyes cold and fierce. The bald man was scared out of his wits. Even with his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had jumped in front of him. He understood more and more the gap between him and Yang Kai, and his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He hated himself for not investigating Yang Kai's specific cultivation before acting so recklessly. Now that he had completely angered the other party, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Stop! A shout suddenly came from behind, followed by a peak Tao Source Realm aura that rushed towards Yang Kai to suppress him. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of Yang Kai. He seemed to have rushed over from the back hall, probably having heard the bald man's cry for help. Before he arrived, the old man had already reached out to grab Yang Kai's head, with the intention of besieging Yang Kai to rescue him. The bald man's face was overjoyed, and he shouted even louder, Head shopkeeper, save me. He thought that since the chief shopkeeper had personally come out, he would be safe and sound. The chief shopkeeper was a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator, and although this young man who came to cause trouble was very strong, he was definitely not an Emperor Realm Master. This was something he could feel. With head shopkeeper's strength, he would definitely be able to save him. Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and just waved his hand in the air, sending a solid palm print flying out to meet the old man's palm. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and gently placed it on the bald man's chest. The bald man's face suddenly changed, and his originally happy mood suddenly turned cold, as he asked in horror, What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, he felt a violent surge of source chi rush into his body, as if a sharp blade was cutting into his meridians and wantonly destroying his dantian. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable to him, and he opened his mouth to cry out in pain. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud sound, Yang Kai's hand and the old man's palm collided. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the collision and lightly retreated, landing beside Lu Xianyun with a calm look on his face. On the other hand, the old man's face couldn't help but change after feeling Yang Kai's power. He changed his hand posture several times before he was able to resolve the force, and after landing on the ground, he staggered back a few steps. With a thud, the bald man landed right at his feet. Cough, cough. The bald man coughed a few times with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, And then his face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "You dare to cripple my cultivation." At this moment, his meridians had been destroyed, his dantian had been shattered, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find. Even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dared to injure my junior sister. So what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" the bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered. "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him, but crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Chapter 2354. Sir, how could you be so vicious and merciless? I wonder what my Endless Treasures Pavilion has done to offend you. The head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion had a sinister look in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth in fear of Yang Kai's ruthlessness. This young man had killed 4 of his Endless Treasures Pavilion's Dao Source Realm Masters and crippled the bald man's cultivation. His actions were decisive and cruel, so today's matter could not be settled peacefully. However, although Yang Kai was strong, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In this small piece of land in Marsh City, anyone would have to give some face to his Endless Treasures Pavilion. You have not offended me, but you have offended my junior sister. Yang Kai looked at the shopkeeper coldly, the corners of his mouth rising as he continued. Don't say you didn't know anything about this matter. Hand over that thing, or else your fate will be the same as his. As Yang Kai spoke, he pointed at the burly bald man. The head shopkeeper's face changed. He originally wanted to deal with Yang Kai for a while and delay until reinforcements arrived. As long as reinforcements arrived, Yang Kai would pay back 100-fold for what he had done to Endless Treasures Pavilion. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not give him the chance at all. From what he heard, he did not want to give him any time to breathe. Sir, do you know what kind of place my Endless Treasures Pavilion is? Do you know who is behind it? How dare you shout like this? The head shopkeeper had lived for so many years and had a peak Dao Source Realm cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by Yang Kai with just a few words. It seems that you have made your choice. In that case, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The head shopkeeper's intentions were so obvious. How could he not see it? However, he had no fear in his heart, so he did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With that said, Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of the old man. Under the influence of his space principles, the surrounding several dozen meters instantly became impregnable and space solidified. The shopkeeper's soul almost left his body, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even with his strength and eyesight, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. Realizing that he had really kicked an iron plate this time, and sensing the condensed space around him, he was aghast as he urged his source chi to retreat while yelling, "The Treasure Trove Pavilion is a property under the name of the City Lord's Master. If you dare to be presumptuous here, don't even think about leaving Marsh City alive." At this point, he didn't have the leisure to be mystifying anymore. He directly revealed his backer, hoping that Yang Kai would hold back. After all, the Master of Marsh City was the most powerful person in the Emperor realm. However, it was out of his expectations. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The old man could see the slightest change in his expression, as if he had expected this. This kid is crazy. The old man was shocked. Knowing that his backer was the City Lord's master, he still dared to act so presumptuously. Didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid of the City Lord's master at all? It was laughable that he had hoped to use the City Lord's master to suppress Yang Kai, but the result was the opposite. The surrounding space was bound. Even someone as strong as the old man couldn't move freely. He only felt that his meridians were blocked and his source chi couldn't flow smoothly. In a hurry, he could only bite the tip of his tongue, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and summon a pair of golden scissors to cut at Yang Kai. The grade of the golden scissors wasn't low, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of magical power it possessed, but as soon as it was summoned, it cut a crack in the solidified space. The pressure on the old man's body relaxed. The source qi in his meridians finally flowed smoothly. But before he could do anything, a faint golden light bloomed in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that Yang Kai's left eye was shining with a golden light, and the pupil of his left eye had turned into a dignified vertical slit, giving off a terrifying power. Facing this eye, the old man couldn't help but panic and feel uneasy. In the next moment, a budding lotus flower bud suddenly shot out violently from the golden vertical stem, and it flashed before vanishing. The old man suddenly stood in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. There was nothing else in his field of vision, as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the lotus bud. Under his gaze, the white lotus bud quickly bloomed. As the lotus bloomed, the old man's spiritual energy rapidly disappeared, and he felt a pain in his mind, as if 10,000 ants were swallowing him. Not good. This is a soul secret technique. The old man suddenly awoke from his stupor. He wanted to dissolve the young man's divine sense, but he was powerless to do so. The young man's divine sense seemed to be much stronger than his own. This inexplicable lotus secret technique had swallowed up the old man's divine sense in a very short time, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. A burst of intense pain came, and the old man was stimulated by this pain, waking him up abruptly. Looking over, he saw that his arm had been directly cut off, and blood was spurting out from the wound and sprinkling on the ground. The young man's expression was cold as he lightly stretched out his palm and pressed it against his own chest. Recalling the scene of the bald man's encounter when he was observing in the dark, coupled with what Yang Kai had said before, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant by this action? He really wants to cripple my cultivation. The old man's whole body trembled as he shouted with all his strength, "No. If you have something to say, let's talk. This old master can agree to any request you have." *Prung. Yang Kai's palm still pressed down, and the old man's chest seemed to cave in an inch as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back to the counter, landing heavily on the ground. Under this palm, the old man, just like the bald man, had his dantian destroyed by Yang Kai, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation destroyed. You didn't know how to cherish me when I was talking to you, so there's no need for you to say anything now. Yang Kai didn't even glance at the old man, simply reaching out and grabbing the space ring on the severed arm, tossing it to Lu Xianyun as he said, "See if your things are inside." Lu Xianyun caught it subconsciously, but she was obviously still in a daze as she looked at Yang Kai with a blank and shocked face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become so strong in just a few years. The 4 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators were instantly killed by him, but the burly bald-headed man and the head shopkeeper were not ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, the two of them were still as laughable as children in front of Yang Kai. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back, and their cultivations were practically crippled in a single exchange. Thinking back to when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect and relied on Bian Yuqing's wings to survive, Lu Xianyun couldn't believe that they were the same person. "Brother, have you broken through to the Emperor realm?" Lu Xianyun asked stupidly. "It's still early." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lu Xianyun was even more shocked. If he was already so ferocious before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor realm? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she found that her cultivation aptitude was so poor. "Is it still here?" Yang Kai asked again. Lu Xianyun hurriedly checked it, and after a short while, she took out a jade box from her space ring and said with a smile, "It's still here." This jade box was the box she had used to store the spirit medicine. She had personally placed a restriction on the jade box, which had yet to be lifted. It seemed that the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion had not had time to open the jade box after obtaining it. "Leave the ring as well. Take it as compensation from head shopkeeper." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "Head shopkeeper isn't a stingy person." Hearing this, the head shopkeeper, who had collapsed beside the counter, almost fainted. There were a lot of good things in his ring, including some precious treasures purchased by Endless Treasures Pavilion, some treasures intended to be sold, and some things that were inconvenient to display in public. It was not an exaggeration to say that his space ring was priceless. Now that Yang Kai wanted to snatch his ring, the head shopkeeper felt like his heart was dripping blood. But now that the situation was beyond his control, Even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. This isn't good, is it? Lu Xianyun had never done such a thing before and couldn't accept it for a while, feeling like her morals and bottom line had been challenged. There's nothing wrong with it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Many of the things in here were taken by force. If they can rob others, why can't they rob others? Then all right. Lu Xianyun happily put away the space ring, no longer feeling any psychological pressure. Thinking about it, if she hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, she would have been robbed. Not only was she robbed, she was also injured. The people of Endless Treasures Pavilion bullied the weak in Marsh City all year round, so they must have done a lot of bad things. There was really no need to feel any pressure about robbing such a person. She could just treat it as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Boy, you have guts, but you are destined to not live past tomorrow. The City Lord's master will not let you go. The head shopkeeper's cultivation was now crippled, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Smashing a broken jar, he glared at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment. While speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned viciously. When the time comes, this old master will eat your flesh bite by bite. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed greatly, and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The City Lord of Marsh City is from the Emperor Realm. We can't afford to provoke him." Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and said, "It's fine if that Pang Guang doesn't come to provoke me. But if he dares, this young master doesn't mind sending him on his way." The old man was stunned. Pang Guang was the City Lord of Marsh City, and the only one from the Emperor Realm. He had thought that Yang Kai would definitely be afraid of Pang Guang, but from the tone of his words, it was clear that he didn't put the City Lord's master in his eyes at all. What was the background of this boy? He dared to boast so shamelessly. The old man felt that no one would be able to avenge him. In other words, he had been humiliated for nothing and had his cultivation crippled. In the future, he could only struggle at death's door, living a life worse than death. Enraged, the old man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his aura became even weaker. "Let's go." Yang Kai turned around, smiled at Lu Xianyun, and led the way out. After opening the door, he found that both sides of the street and even the rooftops across were filled with cultivator, all of them looking in the direction of the Treasure Trove Pavilion. Chapter 2355. When Yang Kai broke into Endless Treasures Pavilion with Lu Xianyun, many people had seen them. These cultivators had nothing to do, so they naturally wanted to watch the show. After that, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion was closed by the bald man, so no one could see what was going on inside. Although they couldn't see, the violent energy fluctuations and banging sounds coming from inside were not fake. In just a short while, the number of cultivators watching the show had already reached several thousand. At this time, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, immediately attracting the attention of several thousand pairs of eyes. No one dared to believe their eyes. They all felt that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Endless Treasures Pavilion in Marsh City. Wasn't this courting death? Not to mention that the backer of Endless Treasures Pavilion was the City Lord's master. The strength of the cultivator in Endless Treasures Pavilion was extremely high. The head shopkeeper was even at the peak of the Tao Source realm. If not for his old age and aging meridians and body, he would definitely have the qualifications to break through to the Emperor realm. And Yang Kai was young, so even if he had some strength, he definitely wouldn't be too strong. They all thought that Yang Kai was destined to suffer a big loss this time. However, the truth shocked everyone. Yang Kai walked out of Endless Treasures Pavilion leisurely. Not only was he unscathed, but his clothes were also unwrinkled. On the contrary, inside Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were several corpses lying everywhere, blood everywhere. The bald man and the head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion were even paler, and their auras were weak. At a glance, it was obvious that their cultivations had been crippled. A series of gasps sounded. Many cultivators' eyes finally changed as they looked at Yang Kai, realizing that this young man was probably not to be trifled with. It was very likely that he was also from the Emperor realm. After all, how long had he been in there? A few dozen breaths of time. With his own strength, he had turned Endless Treasures Pavilion into such a mess. If he wasn't from the Emperor realm, how could he have such means? When Yang Kai walked out, the nearby cultivator couldn't help but retreat, their eyes full of fear. Kai Yang coldly swept his eyes around, coldly snorting, no longer paying attention to these people. He just led Lu Xianyun into the tea house across the street and went up to the tea table on the third floor. He ordered a new pot of spirit tea. He had wreaked havoc in the Endless Treasures Pavilion and killed their people. Not only did he not escape, he even went to the tea house across the street to drink tea. This scene made those who were watching the show feel a wave of disbelief. Each and every one of them secretly admired Yang Kai's audacity and felt that if he wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be afraid of Pang Guang. It was the kind of person with a powerful background that could make Pang Guang hesitate. However, they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Kai, so naturally, they were too lazy to care about these things. On the contrary, the Treasure Trove Pavilion, which had opened its doors, aroused the interest of these cultivator. The cultivator who made a living in Marsh City basically treated human life like dirt. He was a valiant person. They didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter, but now that the spirit grasses, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures displayed in the Treasure Trove Pavilion were unguarded, it was a good opportunity to make a move. Although the Treasure Trove Pavilion was an industry under Pang Guang's name, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. At this time, there would always be some people who were itching to take action. After a moment of silence, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and directly rushed into the Treasure Trove Pavilion, sweeping all the spirit grasses and miraculous medicines placed on the medicine cabinet into his space ring. The others looked over. How could they hold back? They all followed suit. For a time, the number of cultivator who rushed into the Treasure Trove Pavilion to take advantage of the opportunity to rob was as many as carps crossing the river. In a short while, the entire Treasure Trove Pavilion was swept clean, and all the things that were slightly valuable disappeared. When the things were gone, the cultivator also quickly scattered and disappeared. Above the tea house, Yang Kai saw this scene with an indifferent expression, but he had a little understanding of the style of the cultivator in Marsh City. Brother, Lu Xianyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt uncomfortable all over and said timidly, "Let's go." It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Yang Kai's strength, but after all, he had caused such a big mess, and she was the cause of it all. She didn't want to provoke stronger enemies for Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai smiled and poured her a cup of spirit tea. "It's so chaotic here. Why did you come here?" He was still very curious about Lu Xianyun's experiences over the past few years. After escaping from the Blue Feather sect together, he gave half of his belongings to Lu Xianyun, and the two of them ran away separately. Later, Yang Kai went to Maplewood City and worked hard until now. He didn't expect to meet her on this trip to Marsh City. "I've been here for several years." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Since parting with Yang Kai, she had been wandering around the Southern Territory like a headless fly. It wasn't until she came to Marsh City that she settled down. Although Marsh City was chaotic, there were many places nearby that were suitable for her to experience and cultivate. She could find some cultivation resources in those places, and after a few years, although life was difficult, she still managed to break through to the Tao Source realm. A few days ago, she happened to obtain a spirit flower in a place called the Solitary Void Mountain Range, so she wanted to bring it back to sell some source crystals and buy some source condensing pills. She thought that since Endless Treasures Pavilion was backed by the City Lord's master, it should be a good deal, but she didn't expect that after she took out that spirit flower, the people from Endless Treasures Pavilion would only offer her 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Although Lu Xianyun didn't know what that spirit flower was or what its use was, she instinctively felt that it was definitely worth more than that amount of source crystals. So how could she be willing to sell it? After some reasoning, the other party actually attacked her directly, and Yang Kai knew what happened next. "Brother, this spirit flower is for you. I don't know what it is," Lu Xianyun said as she handed the jade box to Yang Kai. "Let me see." Yang Kai reached out and took it, lifted the seal on the jade box, and opened it a little. In an instant, a fragrance escaped from the jade box. When this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel refreshed, and his entire knowledge became much clearer. With a bang, Yang Kai hurriedly closed the jade box with a look of disbelief on his face. Soul-warming lotus? Although he had only opened the jade box a little, his divine sense could clearly see the spirit flower inside. That thing was exactly the same as his soul-warming lotus, but instead of 7 colors, It was pure white. The aura it exuded was also somewhat similar to the soul-warming lotus, as if it was a miniature version of the soul-warming lotus. No, this is not the soul-warming lotus. Rumor has it that the soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, just like the immortal tree. There is only one in the world. A pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the information recorded in the jade slip left behind by the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sun Mu, and immediately recognized what this spirit flower was. This was obviously the legendary pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Although the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus was not as precious as the soul-warming lotus, it was also a legendary treasure. Like the flesh incarnation fruit, it was also an extinct treasure. With the pristine soul heavenly mending lotus as the main ingredient, the pristine soul heavenly mending pill refined might not have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it was able to repair a martial artist's shattered meridians and dantian. It was absolutely an item of great fortune. Just like the bald man and the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, although their cultivations were crippled by Yang Kai, if they could take a pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, it would take less than 3 months for their broken meridians and dantian to be repaired. However, this thing only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion actually wanted to buy the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus for 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of crazy person they were. A mere 10,000 low-rank source crystals was not even enough to sniff the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion might not have recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, but they definitely knew that this thing was extraordinary. If they really wanted to buy it, they might not be able to afford it. The effect of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was not only to repair meridians and dantian, it also had other miraculous effects. In short, the value of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was immeasurable. Yang Kai did not expect Lu Xianyun to have such an opportunity to obtain such a divine object. "Junior sister, do you remember where you obtained this spirit flower?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The depths of the solitary void mountain range. Lu Xianyun still felt a trace of fear when she recalled it. "I was chased by a monster beast and fled in a panic, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone there. I heard that the depths of the solitary void mountain range are so deep that even those from the Emperor realm cannot return safely. It was all luck that I was able to return this time. If I asked you to go there again, would you be able to find the right way? Go there again." Lu Xianyun's pretty face was a little pale as she asked doubtfully, "Why would I go there again?" It was definitely luck that she was able to return safely last time. If she went there again, Lu Xianyun was not sure if she could come out alive, so she did not know why Yang Kai wanted to take such a risk. Because Yang Kai was about to explain, but before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked downstairs. What he saw was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe standing in front of Endless Treasures Pavilion with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and was a master from the Emperor realm. As if he had noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he instantly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "It's Pang Guang." Lu Xianyun also saw the middle-aged man and immediately cried out in panic. Having been in Marsh City for several years, she naturally knew what Pang Guang looked like. Seeing him come here personally, she immediately knew that they were in big trouble. She did not know why Yang Kai was so confident to stay, but a master from the Emperor realm was obviously not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Pang Guang's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the 3rd floor of the tea house, standing in front of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun screamed in fright, her face draining of blood. Chapter 2356. Were you two the ones causing trouble at the Endless Treasures Pavilion just now? Pang Guang went straight to the point and asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly. Apparently, he had found out about the troublemakers' appearances through some unknown means. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale, and she didn't dare answer. She only had a cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm and had only recently advanced. Her realm hadn't stabilized yet, so it was natural for her to feel pressured when facing someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He only glanced at Pang Guang indifferently. Compared to Qiu Zhe, Pang Guang's aura was undoubtedly stronger. He was obviously stronger than Qiu Zhe, but there was a limit to it. With Yang Kai's current strength and methods, he had nothing to fear. Neither of them answered. Pang Guang immediately became angry. "How dare you not answer my question?" The emperor pressure spread out and filled the entire tea house, causing the cultivators who were still drinking tea in the tea house to change their expressions drastically. The thick murderous intent seeped into their flesh and bones, causing them to shiver. They secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to act so presumptuously in front of the city lord and implicating them. Yang Kai waved his hand gently. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the haze in the sky. The emperor's aura enveloping him and Lu Xianyun instantly dissipated. It was as if the clouds had cleared to reveal a clear sky. Pang Guang was shocked. Only then did he re-evaluate Yang Kai. He clearly sensed that Yang Kai only had a cultivation base in the third-order Dao Source realm, but he could disperse his emperor's aura with a wave of his hand. What was going on? Although it was just a simple movement, Pang Guang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He realized that the other party dared to sit here so brazenly after causing a ruckus at the Endless Treasures Pavilion. He probably had something to rely on. Did this guy come from some top sect? Otherwise, how could he have such a foundation? He heard that the elite disciples of top sects had the strength to fight above their level. If this young man really came from some big sect, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. For a moment, Pang Guang began to worry about his gains and losses. The properties under his name were turned upside down, and the experts under his command were either dead or injured. If he didn't get a satisfactory explanation from the other party, then where would he put his face? However, if the other party had a powerful background, he might not be able to afford to provoke them. Although Pang Guang was a local tyrant in Marsh City, he was really nothing in the eyes of those top sections. They could just casually send an elder to kill him dozens, or even hundreds of times. Just as his mind was spinning rapidly, considering how to resolve today's matter. Just as he was trying not to offend anyone too much and was trying to preserve his reputation, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged old man appear beside him at some unknown time. This old man had a head of white hair and was hale and hearty. He wore a gray linen robe. It looked unremarkable. When did this old thing come? Pang Guang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now, he had only been thinking about Kai Yang's matter and hadn't noticed when this old man had walked over. Furthermore, this old man's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. He had obviously never seen this person before. Yang Kai was also startled by the old man's sudden appearance. Pang Guang was distracted just now and didn't pay much attention to the old man's appearance, but Yang Kai saw him clearly. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Pang Guang from the Emperor Realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, most likely a third-order Emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City. Yang Kai was shocked, but on the surface, he glanced at Pang Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Pang Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all. But now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Yang Kai felt a lot more at ease because Pang Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, he actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Pang Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Yang Kai and said, "This old man is Yao Chongjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face, as if he was an approachable senior, but Yang Kai instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Yang Kai could speak, Pang Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it, withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't put Yao Chongjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression immediately became strange. But soon he suddenly understood. He guessed that Pang Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Chongjun's strength, otherwise he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Yang Kai before but failed, and Yao Chongjun didn't even look at him after he appeared. He was probably a little angry out of shame. Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes? As a city lord, how could Pang Guang tolerate this? You want this old master to withdraw? Yao Chongjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Pang Guang with interest. Are you sure? Only then did Pang Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Chongjun's cultivation. But it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Chongjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Pang Guang and coldly snorted. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master? Scram! In the palm, Source Chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars containing great power. With a single palm, the world shook. Pang Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Pang Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the Delightful Pleasures tea house, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City's city lord, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master Pang Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Pang Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, or a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the Delightful Pleasures tea house and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the Delightful Pleasures tea house was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Pang Guang wouldn't even dare to make a sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. I will never cause trouble here again. Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. Now we can talk. After Yao Chongjun sent Pang Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyuan was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood, and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Pang Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Chongjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Chongjun. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house only waved his hand, and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Chongjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this tea house was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart and could only secretly hope that Yao Chongjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus. "Let's talk about this." Yao Chongjun grinned meaningfully, with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." As he spoke, he gently opened the jade box and his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. It was as if the thing inside the jade box was extremely important to him. A faint fragrance drifted out from the jade box, and Yao Chongjun's eyes flashed with a frightening light as he happily said, "Sure enough, it really is this thing. This old master has waited here for 200 years. At last, my efforts have not been in vain, ha 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 ha." Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Hearing the meaning behind Yao Chongjun's words, how could he not know that the other party recognized the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus? Moreover, this old man had concealed his identity and opened a tea house just for this treasure. He had even waited here for more than 200 years. "Little brat, tell this old master, where did you get this thing?" After confirming that the jade box contained the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, Yao Chongjun suddenly became anxious and no longer had the warmth from before. Instead, his tone was gloomy, as if he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if he dared not answer truthfully. Chapter 2357. Senior, I obtained it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother, Lu Xianyun suddenly interjected. Her intentions were obvious. She did not want to implicate Yang Kai because of her. You obtained it? Yao Chongjun heard this and directly ignored Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at Lu Xianyun with a burning gaze. Lu Xianyun was a little frightened by his intimidating gaze and nodded uneasily. Yes. Where is it? Yao Chongjun asked anxiously. Lu Xianyun was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Because Yang Kai had asked the same question just now, but before she could answer, she was interrupted by Pang Guang. Now, Yao Chongjun was asking the same question again. Could it be that there were other treasures in the place where this thing appeared? Otherwise, why would they all ask this question? Although she was puzzled, she did not dare to neglect and quickly answered, "It's in a place deep in the Solitary Void Mountain Range." It really is the Solitary Void Mountain Range. Yao Chongjun gritted his teeth, as if he had expected this. His expression changed for a while before he shouted in a deep voice, "If I let you go again, can you find the location?" Lu Xianyun said, "I don't remember the way." Trash! Yao Chongjun was furious when he heard this. A surging emperor pressure pressed down on Lu Xianyun, causing her face to turn red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly made his move. This old monster, Yao Chongjun, was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, this person was so temperamental that it seemed that he was also a cruel person. Relying on his high cultivation, he did not put the lives of others in his eyes. It did not matter if he wanted to find Lu Xianyun to inquire about the origin of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. At most, he would just take him there. What he was afraid of was that this old man would kill him to silence him after using him. Yang Kai estimated that he would most likely do that. So, at the moment when he was enraged, Yang Kai knew that his chance had come. The laws of space suddenly fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and several huge moon blades shot towards Yao Chongjun. Yao Chongjun was originally furious. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would dare to take the initiative to attack him? In his opinion, it was already very good that a kid from the Third Order Dao Source realm could remain calm in front of him. He even dared to attack him. Therefore, he was completely caught off guard this time. The pitch-black moon blade quickly arrived in front of Yao Chongjun, looking like it was going to cut him into several pieces. Yao Chongjun's expression did not change as he sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab Moonblade. Yang Kai grabbed the Moonblade and squeezed it hard, shattering it. Even Yang Kai's space principles were completely smoothed out by a powerful emperor's pressure. The power of space? Yao Chongjun showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Boy, you're quite interesting. Who is Li Wuyi to you?" "He's your grandfather." Yang Kai shouted angrily. The demon eye of annihilation had already opened, and the blossoming lotus secret technique was leisurely displayed. His spiritual energy poured out and blasted into Yao Chongjun's mind. Yao Chongjun never thought that Yang Kai would dare to use a soul secret technique to deal with him. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the weaker party to use a soul secret technique to attack the stronger party, because doing so would easily result in a backlash, leading to self-destruction. But Yang Kai had done just that. What made Yao Chongjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, So he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Chongjun was instantly hit, and his knowledge-seized defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Chongjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk just as the two left, the Delightful Pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Chongjun's rampaging source chi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, "Third Order Emperor Realm." He had not checked Yao Chongjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source chi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Pang Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City, yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Pang Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Chongjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even if Yao Chongjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Chongjun was not the only Third Order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face suddenly turned pale, and his entire being became suspicious. "Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go." A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Chongjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Yang Kai's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where would he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Yang Kai and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Chongjun disappeared. Pang Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered, and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Chongjun and Yang Kai, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Yang Kai was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Yang Kai had actually injured Yao Chongjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary Void Mountain range? Yang Kai felt the murderous intent behind him closing in and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, if he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Chongjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Chongjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary Void Mountain range first, and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Chongjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary Void Mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there. Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Yang Kai immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary Void Mountain range. "Brother!" Although Lu Xianyun was in Yang Kai's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. "You should run on your own. I've dragged you down this time." "I heard him once. Do you think he'll let me go?" Yang Kai replied indifferently. "Since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry, running away is my forte." Lu Xianyun saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, It could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyun gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, "Brother, is that Yao Chongjun really a third-order Emperor Realm Master? It's the real deal." "Then how did you hurt him?" Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Chongjun. But in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Chongjun's painful roar was clearly not fake. "Because there is a crack in his knowledge, see," Yang Kai said. "He must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled." "How did you know?" Lu Xianyun was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun did not know each other before, so how did he know Yao Chongjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge, was definitely Yao Chongjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? "Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge, A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her. "If you use this stock to refine pills, it can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge. Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyun exclaimed, "No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another heavenly restoration lotus. That means that Yao Chongjun also knows a lot about this twin heavenly restoration lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it." Yang Kai raised his brow and continued, "And from what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced heavenly restoration lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one." Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure white heavenly restoration lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin heavenly restoration lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now. We should think of a way to get rid of that old monster." Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary void mountain range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train. Because the environment here was quite special, it bred many valuable monster beast and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Lu Xianyun had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary void mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary void mountain range. What could possibly threaten his existence? and according to Lu Xianyun, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary void mountain range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Lu Xianyun would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivator went missing in the solitary void mountain range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary void mountain range and began to soar. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Lu Xianyun said, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here, it feels different. It seems that every once in a while, the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes." Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Yao Chongjun. The Delightful Pleasures Tea House's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Yang Kai could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Lu Xianyun, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the Star Boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyun from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term. But it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary void mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yao Chongjun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yao Chongjun's understanding of the solitary void mountain range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary void mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of Space was really difficult to catch. Yao Chongjun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of Space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Chongjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of Space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Chongjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of Space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of Space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Chongjun's face was ashen, and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death, his mind suddenly stirred, and he became overjoyed. Because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array. But no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Chongjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyun didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyun down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Chongjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Chongjun's divine sense. But he could still accurately pinpoint his location and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique. So with Yao Chongjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Chongjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him or Lu Xianyun. And through this secret technique or mark, Yao Chongjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Chongjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyun, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring. Then threw it to Lu Yen, who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yen caught it, but before he could say anything to Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyun stood alone, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai had just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason, he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down, so he just left her here and didn't care. "No, that can't be." Lu Xianyun shook her head. Lu Xianyun shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the Delightful Pleasures tea house, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyun comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again, and he rushed out from behind the small hill. "Brother!" Lu Xianyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her, and without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyun onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." "Ah!" Lu Xianyun heard this and blushed. Chapter 2359. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyun was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, Yao Chongjun left a mark on the jade box, so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes. Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyun finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions, and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl, and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Chongjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now, he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus. So how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now, the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Chongjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Tao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Chongjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Chongjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore. No matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces, and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Chongjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damned place. After asking Lu Xianyun, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly, Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun asked nervously. "Maybe it's just an illusion," Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyun gulped and whispered, "Brother, there is a saying in the solitary void mountain range." "What saying?" "Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale. "Alive?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "N." Lu Xianyun nodded. "The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes the changes are so slow that no one can detect them, but most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis. "What do you mean?" Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things?" "Yes," Lu Xianyun replied. "It's not just me, many people in Marsh City are like this." Yang Kai nodded. Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago, but you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange." Lu Xianyun nodded. Lu Xianyun nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. "Brother, you mean," Yang Kai said, "the solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery." "How do you know?" Lu Xianyun was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's just a guess. I don't know if it's right or not. But this guess was very likely to be true, because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect, and when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at that moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then countless birds in the dense forest took to the air, as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. What's going on? Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed, because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in midair, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th-order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th-order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation, he directly wrapped Lu Xianyun with his source qi and tried to use the Tao of space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of space, he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered." The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of space to leave this place. And in just a short while, the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyun was even worse off, unable to stand steadily, and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source qi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Chongjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world. But even with his cultivation, he was unable to do so and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary void great maelstrom. Yao Chongjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai, who had just arrived, and Lu Xianyun, who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Chongjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void great maelstrom would appear. The solitary void great maelstrom was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it, the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation, the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Chongjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. As far as Yao Chongjun knew, The last time the solitary void Great Maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the Great Maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Chongjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, he would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation. But in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the Great Maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be, and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance, he would not be able to escape. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as the center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Those cultivator who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event. But when they looked back, everyone's face was pale, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void Great Vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void Great Vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void Great Vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery. So how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City Lord Master enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before, but I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary void mountain range are extremely dangerous. City Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary void Great Vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivator gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, discussing animatedly. If Pang Guang really fell in the solitary void mountain range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai was protecting Lu Xianyun, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Yang Kai resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Lu Xianyun was also trying to defend herself, but because of Yang Kai's protection. His situation was actually better than Yang Kai's. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Yang Kai down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and was about to leave Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Lu Xianyun's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. It was easy to share riches and honor, but difficult to share trials and tribulations. It was the easiest time to see a person's heart. Lu Xianyun felt that being able to meet Yang Kai in the star boundary was the greatest fortune of her life. Without a trace, she gave up resisting and revealed a sad smile. "Senior brother, take care of yourself in the future." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what she was doing and hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up, I have other ways." Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head, allowing herself to be dragged along by that terrifying force. Yang Kai became anxious, understanding that Lu Xianyun was determined not to drag him down. Just as he was about to throw her into the sealed world bead regardless of the cost, Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely strange. In the next moment, she cried out, "Brother, don't resist, there won't be any danger if you don't." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's expression brightened. Looking carefully, he found that Lu Xianyun really wasn't injured in the slightest. Knowing that she wasn't lying, he quickly dispersed his own strength and allowed the terrifying suction force to linger around him. The force that was originally suppressing him and causing great damage to his body disappeared at this moment. Indeed, as Lu Xianyun said, it was fine not to resist this force, but the more one resisted, the more uncomfortable it would be. But who wouldn't resist when faced with such a situation? Of course, they would try their best to escape, and once they did, they wouldn't be far from death. After giving up resistance, the powerful suction force came and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were quickly pulled towards the center of the solitary void mountain range. The surging force made Yang Kai feel like a lonely boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. "Brother, look." Lu Xianyun hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, not minding that her breasts were being squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's arm as she suddenly cried out in alarm. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and his face sank. He found that in the direction of the suction force, a huge black funnel had appeared in front of him. Near this funnel, the earth was churning and squirming, and countless birds and beasts were being sucked in, their fates unknown. He wanted to release his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but as soon as his divine sense left his body, it was torn apart, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xianyun also became more and more nervous, her tender body trembling like a quail without a nest in winter. She didn't know whether she would live or die after being sucked into this vortex. She had only been in the star boundary for a few years, so she was naturally unwilling to die like this. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that although his face was dignified, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kai Yang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. "Protect yourself." Yang Kai gently patted Lu Xianyun's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyun were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened, and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyun hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex, he was unable to return to his senses and could not see his surroundings. *pung. With a loud bang. Yang Kai felt intense pain all over his body, as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment, he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. *pung. Something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Yang Kai could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Yang Kai did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen, carefully urging his source qi to protect himself and Lu Xianyun, only to find that his source qi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyun seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Yang Kai waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source qi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him. shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyun's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed. Because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary void mountain range, there were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary void mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary void mountain range here and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary, but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Yang Kai's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How did he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Yang Kai was shocked, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Yang Kai clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Chapter 2361. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away, and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyun back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Chongjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Yao Chongjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Chongjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Yang Kai had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyun's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Chongjun. This guy is actually not dead. Yang Kai also admired his powerful cultivation, as expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. "It's you, you evil beast." Yao Chongjun soon discovered Yang Kai's figure, and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary void mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary void mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary void great maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Yang Kai. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Yang Kai in anger, another soft sound came from not far away, and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun. They both looked over. But after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City's city lord Pang Guang. Yao Chongjun knew that Pang Guang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Yang Kai, so he did not pay much attention to Pang Guang. The catastrophe of the solitary void mountain range had begun. Naturally, Pang Guang had no power to resist and was also sucked into this place. However, What surprised him was that Pang Guang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine." Pang Guang came out and was surprised to see Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun confronting each other. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Pang Guang's expression, he knew that Pang Guang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Chongjun's hands, how could Pang Guang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Pang was just asking casually. Yang Kai grinned and said, "City Lord Pang is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Pang Guang's face sank. Carefully sizing up Yao Chongjun, he saw his indifferent expression, unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings. Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch. How could he allow you to sow discord?" While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Chongjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You are the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere." Yao Chongjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Pang Guang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior misunderstands. This Pang only entered the solitary void mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior." Yao Chongjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the great vortex, he didn't put either Pang Guang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier, he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pang Guang. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and Pang Guang was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pang Guang, he would have to pay a certain price. "Senior, is this the legendary solitary void-sealed world?" Pang Guang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. "Solitary void-sealed worlds?" When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damned place this was. Unlike Pang Guang and Yao Chongjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. "Since you know, why ask this old master?" Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pang Guang said embarrassedly, "I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years, but today, I've finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How do we get out?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Pang Guang's face turned serious as he shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death." Yang Kai's face turned black as he said, "City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy?" Pang Guang sneered, "People who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack." Yang Kai had offended Yao Chongjun, so Pang Guang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? After he finished speaking, he looked at Yao Chongjun with a flattering smile. "Senior, this solitary void-sealed world only exists in legends. It's easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Does Senior have any good ideas?" The speed at which he changed his expression was faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai laughed. "So you don't know how to get out either?" Pang Guang snorted. "What's so funny about that? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out." As he spoke, Pang Guang suddenly frowned and gently sniffed the air, asking suspiciously, "What's that smell?" A strange fragrance suddenly wafted through the air, causing one's spirit to shake upon smelling it. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun obviously smelled it as well. The two of them felt that this fragrance was extremely familiar. After exchanging a glance, they both thought of something and exclaimed at the same time, "Heavenly Restoration Lotus." As they spoke, the two of them had already rushed towards the source of the fragrance. Pang Guang was stunned for a moment, but after hearing the three words Heavenly Restoration Lotus, his expression changed and he also rushed over. Although Pang Guang and Yao Chongjun were both masters from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai had the divine technique of space, so his explosive speed was naturally not something the two of them could compare to. In just a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived at the source of the fragrance. It was a pile of mud. This mud pile was clearly transported over from the solitary void mountain range, as the soil was clear. Yang Kai directly reached into the mud pile and grabbed something. Feeling the size of this thing and the energy fluctuations it was emitting, he was overjoyed and was about to throw it into his space ring. "Little brat, you court death." Yao Chongjun was furious and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Fortunately, he did not dare to use his full strength for fear of damaging the spirit herb, but this palm strike was still not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai snorted and forcefully urged his strength to teleport again, dodging the attack. Hong. The mud pile was directly smashed into dust, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire newly formed island also shook a few times, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Yao Chongjun stood in place with an ashen face and looked coldly in a certain direction. Pang Guang also paused, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Yang Kai was actually able to dodge Yao Chongjun's attack. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. Even he himself might not have been able to dodge that attack. "Senior, why are you so angry? You really scared me to death." As Kai Yang spoke, he shook off the dirt in his hand. The spirit medicine that he had caught in his palm immediately revealed its true appearance. This spirit herb was the Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the one Lu Xianyun had obtained before, but that one was as white as snow, without the slightest speck of dust, while this one was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus had always been two stalks. Lu Xianyun had obtained one of them by chance, but for some reason, she had not been able to find the second one. Now that the solitary void Great Vortex had appeared, a large number of spirit herbs and soil had been swallowed and transported to this island, so the second Heavenly Restoration Lotus had also appeared. Looking at the Heavenly Restoration Lotus in Yang Kai's hand, Yao Chongjun's breathing suddenly became rapid. He had wasted 200 years in Marsh City. What was it for? Wasn't it for the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? As long as he could obtain the Heavenly Restoration Lotus and get someone to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration Pill, his injuries would be healed. At that time, he would be able to regain his peak strength and seek revenge on his enemies. However, after waiting for 200 years, although the Heavenly Restoration Lotus had appeared, his good fortune had been ruined by Yang Kai one after another. The previous one had been snatched away by Yang Kai when he was not paying attention, and the one in front of him was still the same. Yao Chongjun's lungs were about to explode. Ever since he had ascended to the Emperor realm, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was at the hands of a Dao Source Realm brat. Looking at the Heavenly Restoration Lotus in Yang Kai's hand and watching him slowly stuff it into his space ring, Yao Chongjun resisted the urge to snatch it away and quickly said, "Boy, give the Heavenly Restoration Lotus to this old master, and I will let bygones be bygones. This old master can even take you away from here." Hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Senior Yao, you must take me with you." Yao Chongjun was so angry that he glared at him and roared, "If you dare to say another word, this old master will kill you right now." Pang Guang was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 2362. "Take me out first, and we can talk about anything else." Yang Kai smiled at Yao Chongjun. "Or, you can tell me how to get out." "Brat, you dare to bargain with this old master?" Yao Chongjun was furious. Yang Kai said, "I'm just afraid that Senior will cheat me. With this old master's status, how could I do such a shameless thing?" Yao Chongjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai shook his head. "That's hard to say. If Senior doesn't know how to get out, wouldn't I be a fool to hand over the spirit herbs for nothing?" Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Little bastard. Senior Yao is giving you face by asking you to hand over the spirit herbs, yet you dare not cooperate? You're courting death. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun both turned their heads and snorted. It's none of your business. Pang Guang's face was burning hot. His attempt at flattery had backfired, causing him to look embarrassed. Yang Kai stared at Yao Chongjun for a while before sneering. It seems that Senior is a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still shamelessly boast about taking me out. Ridiculous, ridiculous. When he saw Yao Chongjun's current expression, he knew that he also didn't know how to get out of this damned place. If Yao Chongjun really had a way to leave, it was not impossible to use the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus to exchange for it. But the problem was that this old man couldn't even get out himself. So how could he take him with him? Being exposed by Yang Kai, Yao Chongjun was not angry at all, and only said lightly, with this old master's cultivation, how can a mere sealed world trap me? This old master will eventually find a way out. Then we'll talk about it when you find a way out. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yao Chongjun had obviously lost his patience. When he asked this question, his old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. What do you think? Yang Kai had an indifferent expression. Very good. Yao Chongjun took a deep breath. His killing intent had been activated. However, he did not immediately make a move on Yang Kai and instead turned his gaze to Pang Guang. Pang Guang, who was watching a good show, suddenly noticed Yao Chongjun's cold gaze and couldn't help trembling as he said, Senior, scram. Yao Chongjun roared. Otherwise, this old master will kill you too. Their voices converged into a wave that rushed towards Pang Guang like a spear. Pang Guang's entire body shook, and he stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. Senior, I can lend you a hand and help you capture this brat. Pang Guang hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Suddenly falling into this solitary void-sealed world, he really couldn't find any sense of security with his First-Order Emperor realm cultivation. He only wanted to hug Yao Chongjun's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face or opportunity, telling him to scram. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, This old man needs your help. If you don't leave now, then don't ever leave. Pang Guang was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Yang Kai and then at Yao Chongjun. Only then did he stomp his foot and leap up, heading towards the depths of the sea. He didn't know why Yao Chongjun was in such a hurry to drive him away. However, he knew that the other party was really impatient. If she continued to pester him, she would definitely arouse his killing intent. With his cultivation, he had no chance of winning against Yao Chongjun. He could only escape first. Although the sea didn't look peaceful and was instead full of dangers, and he didn't even know which direction to run in, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death, right? In just 10 breaths of time, Pang Guang disappeared. You're in such a hurry to drive Pang Guang away. Are you afraid that he will see that your soul is damaged? Yang Kai looked at Yao Chongjun with a smile and asked lightly. Yao Chongjun's expression changed drastically, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrowed eyes. You really weren't lucky when you sneak attacked this old man. Yang Kai laughed. The effect of the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus is nothing more than to repair the broken meridians of the Dantian and Knowledge Sea. Senior seems to be full of Qi and Emperor Qi, so it's obviously not a problem with your meridians or Dantian. Since you're in such a hurry to use the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus, it's obvious that you want to repair your Knowledge Sea. You're so proficient in the Tao of Alchemy? Yao Chongjun was a little surprised. To be able to deduce that his soul had been damaged from such a small clue, this little brat was obviously not simple. I'm just an emperor-grade alchemist. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yao Chongjun's expression changed slightly, but he soon snorted coldly. Look at this old man. Do I look like someone with a problem with my IQ? He obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Yang Kai was not very old, and being able to reach the third-order Tao Source realm was already shocking enough. If he were to say that he was an emperor-grade alchemist, Yao Chongjun would be the first to not believe it. Yang Kai might be an alchemist, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be proficient in alchemy, but he was definitely not an emperor-grade alchemist. He felt that Yang Kai was saying this because he wanted him to let him live. After all, even if he obtained the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus, he still needed an alchemist to refine a spirit pill, and an emperor-grade alchemist was the best choice. This brat had a belly full of guts and was hiding a lot of evil tricks. Yao Chongjun was on high alert. Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, your soul has been damaged and your IQ has indeed been affected. This is an illness, and if it's an illness, it needs to be treated. He was telling the truth, but the other party was not willing to believe him. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how eloquent you are today, you still have to hand over the twin heavenly restoration lotus. Yao Chang-jun coldly snorted. Yang Kai's face turned cold. I said, first tell me how to get out of here. If you can't even do this, then don't even think about it. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you. Little brat, you're courting death. This old man's patience is limited. Yao Chang-jun was furious when he heard Yang Kai comparing him to a dog. Yang Kai said slowly, I'm not afraid of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but don't force me. If you push me too far, you won't have a good ending either. Yao Chang-jun was stunned, and an absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, daring to speak so confidently in front of him was already an extremely inconceivable thing. But now, this little brat was actually boasting so shamelessly, as if he had the strength to fight him. It was clear that the other party's expression was extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of guilt. What's going on? This little brat can't really fight me, right? What is he relying on? That elusive space divine technique? If that's the case, he can only run away. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yao Chang-jun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, but he couldn't think of a reason, so he became angry out of shame. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a tap of his foot, he closed in on Yang Kai like a ghost, forming a seal with one hand and leisurely pointing his finger at Yang Kai. This finger contained the grandeur of the heavens and earth, giving off an oppressive aura of the heavens and earth. After all, Yao Chang-jun was a third-order master from the Emperor Realm. Although his soul was injured, his martial Dao foundation was still extremely solid. Although there was nothing special about this finger, it was extremely ferocious, containing the other party's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao. Before the finger even arrived, it already gave off an aura that could split the heavens and earth. The power of the world principles lingered on this finger, as if Yao Chang-jun was the master of this world. Seeing that Lu Xianyun was really going to attack him, Yang Kai's face changed, and he no longer cared about anything else. Pushing his source chi, he directly stuffed the unconscious Lu Xianyun into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he used his dragon transformation secret technique and space principles to escape. Asterisk chi, asterisk with a soft sound. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. However, there was a bloody hole in his shoulder blade. Golden blood gushed out from the hole as a piercing pain spread through his body. Yao Chang-jun's expression froze as he revealed a look of surprise. He was not only surprised that Yang Kai was able to avoid hitting his vitals under his attack, but also where Lu Xianyun had gone. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements and didn't pay much attention to the unconscious woman in his hand. But even he didn't notice how she had disappeared. This was really strange. Although his soul was injured and he didn't dare to use his divine sense easily, his eyesight was still so poor that he couldn't even see a person disappear. Old dog, do you really want to fight with this young master? Yang Kai's aura was violent, and half of his body was soon soaked in blood. But that blow not only did not make him feel any fear, it instead seemed to have stimulated his ferocious nature, causing his aura to become as ferocious as a trapped beast. Yao Chang-jun's heart jumped for no reason, as he faintly felt that if he continued to pressure him, he would be in big trouble. This feeling came out of nowhere, but it made his hair stand on end. However, there was no turning back. He had already injured Yang Kai, so it was useless to say anything now. If he suddenly stopped, wouldn't that be admitting that he was afraid of him? Not bad, little brat. To be able to avoid this old master's attack, you are indeed a dragon among men. The heavens are virtuous, and this old master also cherishes talents. I will give you one more chance. Obediently hand over the heavenly restoration lotus, and I can spare your life. Scram. Good. Yao Chang-jun was furious. Since you are so stubborn, this old master will teach you how to behave. His hand posture changed as his emperor chi surged, restraining Yang Kai's movements while his palms surged with the power of wind and clouds, fiercely slamming towards Yang Kai. He didn't hold back in this attack, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk an explosive sound rang out. No matter how Kai Yang tried to defend himself, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his face was pale. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you talk big, but that's all you have. You really disappoint this old master." Seeing him so miserable, Yao Chongjun's heart calmed down. He felt that he had probably been overthinking things. This brat was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if he had some trump cards and methods, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He didn't know why he was hesitating just now. If he had acted earlier, he would have killed him long ago. How shameful, Yao Chongjun thought to himself. His mind had actually been disturbed by a little brat's words. Sure enough, his soul had been seriously injured, leaving behind a residual effect. Fortunately, the other party was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If their strength was on par, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Chongjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. "If you had cooperated earlier, this old man might not have taken your life." In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation, so how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Chongjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Chongjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, "Zhongshuan seal, release." "Zhongshuan seal? What the hell is that?" Yao Chongjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Chongjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant, it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes, filled with bloody killing intent. Demonic chi. Yao Chongjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic chi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic chi, and it was not an ordinary demonic chi, but the purest ancient demonic chi. How is this possible? Yao Chongjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic chi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source Realm. The ancient demonic chi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time and become a demonic creature if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic chi. How was Yang Kai able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic chi in his body? Thinking back to what Yang Kai had said before, Yao Chongjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic chi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy, he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic chi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic chi would really devour his mind. Becoming a demonic creature? No wonder this brat had repeatedly told him not to force him. It turned out that he really did have the strength to fight him. Even if he was a bit opportunistic, he still had the capital to say such big words. Yao Chongjun was so annoyed that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Yang Kai so much. Now that the brat in front of him was enveloped by the demonic qi, he didn't know if he still had any rationality left. That surging demonic qi and terrifying pressure made Yao Chongjun have no intention of fighting him. Looking carefully at Yang Kai's eyes, he found that although they were red and bloodthirsty, there seemed to be a trace of rationality struggling in them. Yao Chongjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please wait. This old master has something to say." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll treat whatever you say as farts." Yao Chongjun was furious. If Yang Kai dared to talk to him like this before, he would have definitely slapped him. But now, Yang Kai had the capital to say such things. He felt bitter in the depths of his heart as he realized the source of the uneasiness in his heart. His expression kept changing. "My strength seems to have increased." Yang Kai clenched his fists and felt his current state. He was not happy but worried. Because this time, after unlocking the firmament tree's gold and silver seals and releasing the demonic qi of the ancient great demon in his body, he felt that his strength was much stronger than the last time he demonized. This was not because his strength had increased, but because the demonic qi was more compatible with his body. Last time, he was only in the first order Dao source realm. After demonizing, he fought against the 3 great emperors and escaped safely. This time, the demonization was even stronger than before. This made Yang Kai a little worried, because the greater the increase in strength after demonization, the more difficult it would be to seal him. If he could not seal him completely, he would really become a demon, lose his mind, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yao Chongjun did not know that Yang Kai was worried about this. When he heard him say that his strength had increased, he thought that this brat was showing off and immediately became angry. "Brat, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You and I have fallen into such a predicament, so why fight and kill? Isn't it better to find a way out together? What's more, although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill this old master. This old master is not a pushover." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted. "If you were a real third-order Emperor Realm Master, this young master would not be able to kill you, but you are just a cripple with a damaged soul. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Cripple?" Yao Chongjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yang Kai said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves. Yao Chongjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Chongjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yang Kai's right eye, Yao Chongjun cried out in alarm, "Eye technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Chongjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Chongjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant, he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end, he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Chongjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death qi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor Artifact, Soul-Splitting Saber. After being refined by Yang Kai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yang Kai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yang Kai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Chongjun quickly, Yang Kai had even used the Heaven-Severing Slash. The Heaven-Severing Slash was a soul-secret technique that he had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an Emperor Artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Chongjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Chongjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Chongjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yang Kai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Chongjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor Artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Chongjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor Artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Chi into the five-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Chongjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the eternal darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the five-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Chongjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his Emperor Chi became extremely unstable. Chapter 2364. Yang Kai's right eye was covered in blood, and everything he saw had turned into a golden hue. This was the injury caused by his eye technique being broken. He casually wiped it and coldly snorted, "I'll send you on your way." As his hands opened and closed, a gigantic moon blade took shape. With a slight tremble, it shot towards Yao Chongjun. The moon blade was like the scythe of the god of death, destroying everything in its path. Yao Chongjun, who was in a frenzy, instinctively sensed the approaching danger. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he waved his hand and the five-colored spear appeared in his hand again. He took a step forward and flicked it, sending out a five-colored profound light. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the profound light and the moon blade collided, and the violent energy shock caused the world to change color. The newly formed island, which was a few kilometers in radius, suddenly crumbled and quickly disintegrated. The moon blade disappeared, and behind the five-colored profound light, Yao Chongjun took advantage of the situation to attack, his face filled with unforgettable hatred and the resolve to fight to the death. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted angrily, "Instead of stubbornly resisting, obediently accept your death." He did not expect Yao Chongjun to be so tenacious even after his knowledge sea had collapsed. It seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If Yao Chongjun was really unharmed, even if he released the seal on the demonic chi, he would not be his opponent. A master who had cultivated to this level was indeed not simple. "Hammer, come." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void, and a pitch-black war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The demonic war hammer. This demonic war hammer was originally the weapon of the ancient great demon, and it had been sealed under the 18 springs outside Maplewood City. It was filled with extremely terrifying demonic chi. After Yang Kai collected it, he threw it into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to refine. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not dare to covet it, for fear that its demonic chi would trigger the seal in his body. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the warhammer in hand, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. This demonic warhammer seemed to have come alive. After he held it in his hand, it gave off clear fluctuations of excitement and joy, forming a perfect resonance with the demon chi in his body. Yang Kai didn't need to refine it to be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. The hammer was in his hand. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene of the ancient giant devil fighting the ancient supreme experts all by himself. That scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, the heavens and earth collapsing. One after another, the ancient supreme experts died under the hammer, their bodies and Tao vanishing. The ancient giant devil towered over the heavens, his killing intent surging as he looked down at the world. I'm the only one. Yang Kai, who had been agitated by the influence of demonic chi, calmed down inexplicably. For a moment, he felt as if he was the only one in the world. On the other side, Yao Chongjun, who was aggressively rushing over, was as laughable as an ant. He stared at his opponent with contempt and slowly raised the war hammer in his hand. An inexplicable trace of the laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Yao Chongjun's expression suddenly changed. His face was bloodless. He had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai. He only saw him suddenly take out a warhammer-like artifact, and then his entire demeanor and temperament changed. He seemed to see an unattainable mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the scenery behind this mountain. He suddenly panicked. He wanted to retreat, but the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The chi in his body was already rioting. If he retreated now, there was no need for Yang Kai to act. His Tao heart would collapse in an instant. A faint murderous intent lingered on his body, and as he approached, the murderous intent became stronger and clearer. It was almost tangible, cutting his skin painfully. I'll die. I'll definitely die. This thought inexplicably popped up in Yao Chongjun's mind. His mind was in chaos, and his knowledge sea, which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be maintained. Ah! Yao Chongjun roared madly. Even if I die, this old master will drag you down with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the five-colored spear. His body was wrapped in a five-colored light, and his aura was like a rainbow. There was no longer any hesitation from before. Instead, he became resolute. This blow actually erupted with his peak strength. Yao Chongjun's originally flustered and turbid eyes also bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Yang Kai's face was expressionless as he smashed down with his hammer. The crazy murderous intent condensed into a hammer intent that rushed towards Yao Chongjun. A loud noise rang out, and above this nameless sea, a pitch-black light burst out, as if it was devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the same time, another five-colored light bloomed at the same time, competing with the pitch-black light. The two different colored lights confronted each other and collided. For a moment, the sea surged and the already collapsed island was shaken into powder, dissipating without a trace. The nearby waterspouts were also hit by the huge aftermath and collapsed. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, tsunamis surged, and countless fish and monster beasts living in the sea turned into white light and disappeared. At the center of the collision, a crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water in the crater seemed to have evaporated in an instant. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before the pitch-black light suddenly burst out and swallowed up the five-colored light. Why, damn heavens, this old master refuses to accept this. A roar resounded through the sky, and an unwilling voice echoed. The pitch-black and five-colored light that filled the world disappeared, and the huge crater on the sea surface was gradually filled with seawater. Heavy rain poured down, and only the remaining energy fluctuations between the heavens and earth showed that a great battle had just taken place here. Yao Chongjun was nowhere to be seen, and so was Yang Kai. Only a longan-sized bead was left, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden at the first moment. His whole body was as black as ink, with indescribable demon crests crawling all over his body. Lu Yen rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here, but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here. Next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic chi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, and there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic chi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic chi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic chi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic chi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic chi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic chi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Chongjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage, and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization, but Yao Chongjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge sea had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken, and the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention, his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Chongjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time, he was able to use the demonic chi to kill Yao Chongjun. But what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic chi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic chi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of Supreme Divine Water could definitely allow the demonic chi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, Supreme Divine Water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once, in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Morong Xiao Xiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any Supreme Divine Water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic chi seal again, unless he could find Supreme Divine Water to ripen the demonic chi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianyun for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yen, and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yen saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic qi, so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qingxi were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic qi? I've been resurrected." Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qingxi. "This is for you." Hua Qingxi took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily, "An emperor artifact?" What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Chongjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this emperor artifact and Yao Chongjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yen already had the Annihilation Thunder bead, and Hua Qingxi had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this 5-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. "Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials," Yang Kai said faintly. Hua Qingxi played with the 5-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, "I know. Do I need you to teach me?" Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Chongjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Chongjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were Emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Where is Lu Xianyun?" Previously, when Lu Xianyun was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Chongjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yen said, "I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation." "You didn't explain anything to her?" "No." Lu Yen shook his head. Forget explaining, he didn't even let Lu Xianyun see her face. "I'll go take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic, Lu Xianyun's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyun had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Tao source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What made her feel most uneasy was that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. After a few days of searching, she even suspected that she had been abandoned. At this time, she was sadly staying in the attic, thinking about what she should do in the future. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Kai strangely appeared. "Brother!" When Lu Xianyun saw Yang Kai, it was as if she had found her backbone and rushed to him, the anxious expression on her face relaxing a lot. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Something happened, so I was delayed for a few days. Brother, it's good that you're fine." Lu Xianyun looked Yang Kai up and down for a while and found that he was full of energy. Only then did she relax and ask, "Brother, do you know where this is? Weren't we swallowed by that huge vortex before?" Her memory was still stuck on the changes in the solitary Void Mountain range, and when she recalled the irresistible power of the vortex, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. "We were swallowed, and then we fell into a sea." "A sea?" Lu Xianyun was even more confused. She had also explored the surrounding area for the past few days, but she didn't find any sea at all. On the contrary, the environment here was very pleasant, and there were many buildings. Clearly, many people had lived here before. If she could live here with her brother, it would be a good place to go. Yang Kai scratched his head, not knowing how to explain the current situation to Lu Xianyun. So he could only say, "I'll take you there and you'll know." Saying so, Yang Kai brought Lu Xianyun out of the sealed world bead. As soon as the two appeared, they felt a fishy smell coming from all directions. Then a strange sound came from all directions, and there was even the sound of a heart beating. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai understood his current situation. Previously, in order to enter the sealed world bead to seal the demonic chi, he didn't pay attention to where the sealed world bead fell, letting it fall into the depths of the sea. But after a few days, he didn't know how, but he ended up in the belly of a big fish. It seemed that this big fish had swallowed the sealed world bead, and then carried them all the way to who knows where. After knowing this, Yang Kai circulated his strength and shot out his golden blood threads. After a flurry, they directly opened a hole in the back of the big fish and jumped up with Lu Xianyun. Although this big fish was quite large, it wasn't a powerful monster beast. After being tossed around by Yang Kai, it couldn't bear the pain. It kept rolling around in the sea, blood spreading everywhere. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't survive. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun rushed out of the sea. Yang Kai immediately summoned the wooden boat. He pulled Lu Xianyun up and stood on it. A faint fishy wind blew from the sea. The surrounding scenery was blue and blue, endless as far as the eye could see. Countless waterspouts covered the surroundings, and there was a suction force everywhere. It looked very dangerous. Lu Xianyun was stunned. She hadn't figured out where they were before, and now that they were suddenly on the sea, she was really at a loss. After we were swallowed by the vortex, we came here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. There was no trace of land, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Where are we?" Lu Xianyun asked in surprise. From what Yao Chongjun and Pang Guang said, this seems to be some solitary void sealed world. Yang Kai frowned. Solitary void sealed world? Lu Xianyun looked confused. It seemed that she had never heard of it. She had only been in Marsh City for a few years, so she didn't know much about the secrets of this place. Naturally, she had never heard of the solitary void sealed world. Yao Chongjun and Pang Guang are also here? Lu Xianyun was startled again. She said in hindsight, "Don't worry. I don't know where they went." Yang Kai said casually. He didn't tell Lu Xianyun that Yao Chongjun was dead. After all, it was too bizarre. However, Pang Guang had indeed left. Then what do we do now? Since we're here, let's just take things as they come. Yang Kai sighed. Let's first see if there are others living here. We'll gather some information about this place, then we'll find a way out. And I'll leave it to Big Brother. Lu Xianyun had no idea at all, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai. Immediately, Yang Kai steered the wooden boat and flew in a certain direction. Above the sea, there was no end in sight. Yang Kai couldn't tell north from south, east from west, and could only fly in one direction, hoping to find something. However, the omnipresent waterspouts on the surface of the sea were a great hindrance to him. The waterspouts were filled with extremely strong strangulation and devouring power. If one really fell into them, even a Tao Source Realm Master might not be able to escape safely. In order to get rid of the devouring power of these waterspouts, Yang Kai consumed a lot of his strength. After 3 full days, the two still hadn't found anything, as if this sea had no end at all. Even someone as calm as Yang Kai was slightly uneasy. If they couldn't find a place to land, would the two of them have to fly forever? If they continued like this, they would die sooner or later. Although he had the sealed world bead to avoid danger and recuperate, if they couldn't find a way out, it was equivalent to being trapped here for a lifetime. "Junior sister, you control the direction, I'll recover for a while," Yang Kai called out to Lu Xianyun and handed over the control of the wooden boat to her. Okay. Lu Xianyun had long wanted to share Yang Kai's worries and difficulties, so when she heard him say this, she was naturally duty-bound. Be careful of those waterspouts. If you encounter one that's too big, it's better to take a detour than force your way through. They're very dangerous, Yang Kai exhorted before sitting down cross-legged and throwing a few recovery spirit pills into his mouth while silently circulating his secret art. The world energy in this solitary void sealed world was extremely rich. Although it couldn't compare to his sealed world bead, it wasn't any worse than the cultivation holy land of an ordinary sect. Yang Kai thought that with the help of spirit pills, he would quickly recover. But as time passed, he felt that something was wrong. The world energy he absorbed from this world seemed to be mixed with something else. When this thing entered his body, it was like sharp needles that constantly stimulated his meridians and flesh, causing unbearable pain. The more he cultivated, the more this thing would be absorbed. After half an hour, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun's face changed drastically. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi, so why did he suddenly spit out blood, as if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange, we can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Chapter 2366. How can this be? Lu Xianyun asked in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai was also confused and shook his head. There's something wrong with this sealed world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered world energy that he couldn't absorb. The world energy in this solitary void sealed world was mixed with some unknown substance. The more he absorbed, the more damage it would cause to his foundation. In the long run, his meridians would definitely shatter and he would lose his cultivation. Fortunately, Yang Kai only cultivated for half an hour before stopping. Then what should we do? Lu Xianyun was completely flustered. If they couldn't absorb the world energy here, then she and Yang Kai would be exhausted sooner or later. Forget about finding a way out, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to leave this sea. In the end, they would only die from exhaustion. This situation was like a table full of delicacies in front of a starving person. Although they looked beautiful, they were highly toxic. If they ate, they would be poisoned to death, but if they didn't, they would starve to death. It's okay, I have a way. Yang Kai didn't panic and directly took out the sealed world bead and handed it to Lu Xianyun. Take this, I'll go in and recover. As he spoke, he had already entered the sealed world bead. Before Lu Xianyun had time to say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. She stared at the sealed world bead in her hand in a daze, then thought of the loft she had lived in before and the tranquil world around her. Lu Xianyun vaguely realized something, and her pretty face couldn't help changing in shock. A moment later, she hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and carefully hid it. Only then did she concentrate on controlling the wooden boat to avoid the waterspouts and move forward. An hour later, Yang Kai reappeared. He wasn't as weak as before. At this moment, his complexion was rosy and he had obviously recovered. Lu Xianyun didn't say anything and just nodded lightly at him before returning the sealed world bead to him. She could cultivate to the third-order origin king realm in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and become an overlord. Obviously, she was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Yang Kai entrusted the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping. Undoubtedly, he trusted her very much. As for the mysteries of this sealed world bead, she was well aware of them. Days passed by. Every 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai would enter the sealed world bead to recover. After he recovered, he would control of the wooden boat. During this period, Lu Xianyun had also entered the small sealed world twice due to Tseng Yuan's lack of strength, but she was quite obedient. In and out, he never asked anything. A month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were still floating above the sea, with no trace of land in sight. This sea seemed to be truly boundless, with no end in sight. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the small sealed world. Lu Xianyun's surprised voice sounded. "Senior brother, we seem to have found something." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Lu Xianyun pointed ahead and said, "Look, the density of the waterspouts has decreased a lot. The further we go, the fewer there are." Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was indeed as she said. The waterspouts that filled the sea had decreased a lot. This discovery made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although there was still no sign of land, at least the surrounding scenery had finally changed. Before, Kaiyang had been wondering if he had gotten lost, or if he had been walking in circles in a certain place. Now, it seemed that he was not lost, nor was he going in circles. The sea was really, really big. This discovery made Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's eyes light up. They spared no effort in driving the wooden boat forward. With the passage of time, the waterspouts around him became fewer and fewer, until they finally disappeared completely. This made Yang Kai certain that he was flying in the right direction. If he continued to move forward, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was steering the wooden boat, suddenly had a change in his expression. He focused his vision and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, his face lit up and he patted Lu Xianyun's shoulder. "Junior sister, there's a boat." Lu Xianyun was resting with her eyes closed. She did not dare to meditate casually in this damned place, so when Yang Kai spoke, she woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small black dot in the distance. As for that little black dot, it was actually a large ship. Lu Xianyun could not help but get excited. She turned to look at Yang Kai and found that he was also beaming with joy. The two of them had been in this damned place for more than a month and had been wandering the sea. At this moment, they finally saw a boat. The joy they felt was indescribable. If there was a boat, it meant there were people, and if there were people, they could ask where this place was and where to go. Hastily, Kai Yang increased the speed of the wooden boat and went straight to meet the big ship. As the distance closed, the appearance of the big boat gradually became clear. This was a very large ship, and a high-grade artifact at that. This made Yang Kai extremely shocked because refining such an artifact would definitely take a lot of energy and financial resources. He did not know how the cultivator who lived in this damned place managed to do it. When the wooden boat flew over, the people on the boat who were responsible for keeping watch obviously noticed it. Before Yang Kai could approach, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck. These people stood there in a scattered manner, looking towards Yang Kai. They seemed to be extremely curious about his arrival, constantly pointing and whispering. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived not far in front of the boat. Looking around, he saw more than a dozen people, regardless of whether they were men or women. All of them had strong auras and were staring at him with vigilance. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that most of these people were actually Dao Source Realm cultivators. How did they maintain their cultivation in this damned place? After all, the world energy here could not be absorbed, and living here for a long time would definitely cause one's cultivation to regress. Although these dozen or so people seemed to be lacking in qi, which was obviously because they had not been cultivating properly, they had indeed maintained their cultivation. Among the dozen or so people, the leader was a woman. This woman had a fiery figure, and she was extremely well endowed. However, perhaps because she had been hanging around here for a long time, her skin was slightly dark. However, this did not affect her beauty. Instead, it added a kind of wildness to her. She stood there like a vigorous cheetah, her eyes extremely sharp. Yang Kai did not rush to board the boat, but instead cupped his fists to the people below and said, "Greetings, friends. May I ask where you are going? Can you give this one a ride?" The dozen people were indifferent, but the woman in the lead raised her head slightly and said lightly, "Where are you from?" Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "We came from that direction. Our boat was shipwrecked, and only the two of us escaped." Of course, this was nonsense, but as a newcomer, Yang Kai did not want to expose his identity. "Shipwrecked." The woman's expression changed slightly, but she didn't ask too much. She just sighed softly, as if it was a common thing to encounter mishaps on the sea. She nodded and said, "The two of you are lucky to have survived. I can let you board the ship, but you know the rules, right?" Rules? Yang Kai's heart jumped. He had been here for more than a month, and this was the first group of people he had met, so how could he know the rules? Just as he was about to ask, the woman frowned and said, 5,000 source crystals per person, so 2 people will be 10,000. Yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, thinking that the rules were to buy tickets. This rule was acceptable, but to Yang Kai's surprise, the price of the ticket was too cheap. It only cost 5,000 source crystals per person. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, wanting to take out the source crystals. The woman saw his action and could not help but frown. "You don't want to give me source crystals here, do you?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "What's wrong?" The woman's expression immediately became strange when she heard this, staring at Yang Kai. Not only her, but the other cultivators standing on the deck also had a playful look on their faces. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it wrong to say that he wanted to give her source crystals here? What kind of flaw could that reveal? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman took out a barrier token and waved it forward. The barrier covering the ship immediately cracked open, and she said lightly, "Come in first." "Many thanks." Yang Kai suppressed the doubts in his heart and controlled the wooden boat to rush in. Stepping on the deck, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun both couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of being on solid ground was simply wonderful. "Come with me." The woman waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cultivator on the deck also automatically moved aside, allowing the two to pass through. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly asked, "How long have you been stranded in the solitary void sea?" So this was the solitary void sea, Yang Kai silently remembered. As for the other party's question, he didn't even think about it and answered, "It happened yesterday. Fortunately, we met you, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks to this young lady for taking us in." His aura was now stable, so he obviously hadn't consumed much source chi. Using the excuse of being stranded yesterday as an excuse was the best. "Is that so?" The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if this woman had noticed something. However, he hadn't given himself away. He and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. While talking, the woman brought Yang Kai to a room, opened the door, and walked in. Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place wasn't big, the environment wasn't bad. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Yang Kai's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. "If you want to stay here, it's 1,000 source crystals per day," the woman continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't we already pay for the ticket? Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket, the room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good, so why was there a fee? The woman explained, "There is a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void-sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation." It can be used for cultivation. Yang Kai's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Yang Kai to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit purifying array was not omnipotent, while purifying the neutralizing force. It also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated, unless there were other methods to restore source chi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Tao source realm cultivators. But according to Yang Kai's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" The woman asked impatiently when she saw Yang Kai daydreaming. "Yes, of course." Yang Kai hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit purifying array wasn't of a high grade and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Chong Jun, the source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. "I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid." The woman stretched out her hand toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, "Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai nodded. Got it. Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones? Yang Kai was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, Give me another piece of spirit stone, and I'll tell you why. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. He felt that this woman was really a money grubber, collecting spirit stones for everything she did. He calmly took out a piece of spirit stone and tossed it to the woman. The woman casually caught it. Then, she revealed a sarcastic smile and said, Watch carefully. Saying so, she threw the spirit stone directly out of the room. With a ding-dong, the spirit stone fell on the corridor. What made Yang Kai's face change was that the source crystal was actually dissolving at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, the entire piece of low-rank source crystal had disappeared without a trace, turning into world energy that disappeared without a trace. The woman coldly snorted and said, You're new here, so what if you're new here? Stop pretending to be experienced. After saying so, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Yang Kai's face turned red, knowing that his lie had been seen through by her. It should be that when he tried to give her the source crystals outside, she already knew that he wasn't a person from this world. Otherwise, how could she not even have such common sense? Brother! Lu Xianyun's pretty face also changed slightly, that spirit stone. Yang Kai said in disappointment, Spirit stones probably can't be exposed outside the spirit purifying array, otherwise they will quickly disappear. The woman had asked him for the last spirit stone, obviously to test it out for him. So they know we're new here? Yang Kai smiled. Of course they know, but it doesn't matter. Although that woman's character is a little cold, she's not a bad person. Let's rest first. We'll go back to Clear Sky Island with them and find a way to leave this place. Oh. Lu Xianyun nodded and found a place to sit cross-legged in the room. On the deck, after the woman walked out, 2 men immediately rushed out from the side and surrounded her on both sides. The man on the left had a huge scar on his forehead that stretched from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, giving him a terrifying appearance. The man on the right had a large waist and a fierce aura. Big sisterling, those two, are they staying? The man on the left asked softly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. When he asked this question, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, as if there was a delicious meal in front of him. Ling Yinqi nodded lightly, glancing at this man and asking coldly, Why are you asking about this? The man on the right chuckled meaningfully. Big Sister Ling, why ask when you already know the answer? That man and woman must have just arrived in the solitary void-sealed world, so they must have accidentally fallen here. Newcomers usually have a lot of good things on them. The man on the left also nodded. That's right, Big Sister Ling, we only have a few dozen source crystals left. If we don't get more source crystals, our cultivation will regress. You know the situation on Clear Sky Island. 2 fat sheep suddenly appeared. Heh, our brothers can't help it. Is this your idea or everyone else's? Ling Yinqi stopped and asked in a deep voice. The man on the left scratched his head and said, although they didn't say anything, they definitely have the same idea. As long as Big Sister Ling gives the order, we'll rush over and capture them right now. Bullshit! Ling Yinqi shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over the scarred man's face. Put away the greed in your hearts and don't cause trouble for me. The scarred man wiped his face with an embarrassed expression and cried, Big Sister Ling, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't spit at me. Ling Yinqi coldly snorted. How about I throw you into the sea to calm down? The scarred man was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. That's not necessary. Ling Yinqi took a deep breath and said, That man is not to be trifled with. Since you know that they are newcomers, you should also know that everyone who has just arrived here is not to be trifled with. They are not like us. After living here for a long time, our cultivation has regressed and we can't use our full strength. That man's cultivation is in the 3rd order Dao source realm. Who on this ship is his opponent? If we really fight with him, at least a few of us will die. Are you willing to see that happen? The 2 men looked at each other and calmed down a lot, slowly shaking their heads. Ling Yinqi said, The first rule of survival in the solitary void-sealed world is to not engage in meaningless battles. You have to remember this. The source chi you consume is not easy to replenish. Yes, The two men seemed to be very obedient to Ling Yin-chin and responded seriously after hearing her words. What's more, we still have a mission to complete this time. Don't worry, after we complete the mission, everyone will get source crystals and cultivation resources. As Ling Yin-chin spoke, she took off the space ring on her hand and handed it to the scarred man. I just received 40,000 source crystals from that man. Take this and share it with everyone. Everyone should get quite a bit. 40,000. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this, as if 40,000 source crystals was a shocking amount of wealth to them. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable outside. Any Dao Source Realm cultivator would not put 40,000 low-rank source crystals in their eyes. But in the solitary void-sealed world, source crystals were a rare commodity. Cultivators lived here all year round, so they naturally consumed source crystals, but there were no source crystal mines here, so they could not make ends meet in the long run. Only some cultivator who had fallen into this place would bring source crystals with them. However, there were not many cultivator who fell into this place every year, and the amount of source crystals they brought with them was even more uncertain. How could it be enough for the hundreds of thousands of people in Clear Sky City? 40,000 source crystals was really a huge sum of money for the cultivator on this ship. But Ling Yin-chin did not hesitate to take it all out and share it with everyone. This was why she, a woman, could subdue the entire ship and make them listen to her orders. Ling Yin-chin never hid anything, and this kind of character was enough to earn the respect of everyone. Tell the brothers not to have any ideas about those two, and don't reveal their origins when we return to Clear Sky City. If you want source crystals, get them from them through proper means. This mission will take a lot of time, so if you use the right method, you may be able to get some source crystals, Ling Yin-chin warned them again. Ling Yin-chin couldn't help but remind him again. She was well aware of what kind of people her subordinates were. Understood, Big Sister Ling. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately rushed to the cabin after exchanging a glance. Not long after, the scarred man returned the ring to Ling Yin-chin, saying, Big Sister Ling, I left you 10,000 source crystals. The rest will be shared equally with everyone. Haha, everyone wants to thank Big Sister Ling for her tip. Ling Yin-chin snorted. I'll thank the heavens if they don't cause trouble for me. No, absolutely not. The scarred man replied with a straight face. Chapter 2368. Yang Kai sat in the room for a while before there was a knock on the door. Lu Xianyun glanced at him, and after getting his signal, she opened the door. The scarred man they had seen on the deck before appeared at the door with a flattering smile, nodding and bowing to Lu Xianyun. Hello, two guests. I hope I didn't disturb your peace? Lu Xianyun asked, What's the matter? The scarred man smiled and said, Big Sister ordered this little one to see if the two guests need anything. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you. Lu Xianyun was at a loss, not knowing why this guy was so attentive. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This made her a little vigilant. After all, she and Yang Kai were new here and didn't know much about the specific situation here, so naturally they had to be more careful. The scarred man said again, This is some food prepared by our brothers for the two of you. There is nothing to serve on the ship, so I hope the two of you don't mind. Only then did Lu Xianyun notice that he was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine. She didn't know what kind of beast meat the side dishes were, but they smelled very fragrant. Is he going to poison us? Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly became strange. She wanted to refuse, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it, it seemed a little inappropriate to refuse. In desperation, she could only look back at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Come in and talk. Yang Kai didn't seem to care. Hearing this, the scarred man suddenly showed a happy expression. He said, Sorry to disturb you. Only then did Lu Xianyun move away. She let the scarred man enter the room. The latter put the tray on the table and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The flattering smile on his face never disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and said, Is this food free or charged? The scarred man smiled and scratched his head. This is a little gift prepared by our brothers for the two of you. Naturally, there is no charge, but he friend, you know. Lu Xianyun snorted, displeasure written all over her face. He felt that the people on this ship were all money grubbers. They actually had the nerve to charge for these two unknown side dishes and a pot of old wine that looked very inferior. She couldn't be bothered to look at it, even if it was placed outside for her to eat. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Is it difficult to obtain source crystals here?" The scarred man's face suddenly turned bitter. "Friend, if you live here for a long time, you will know that source crystals are the most precious thing here. If not, how could he be so thick-skinned as to come to Yang Kai to get source crystals?" "You can't get source crystals here?" Lu Xianyun asked suspiciously. The scarred man said, "You can't get it. This solitary void-sealed world is filled with disruption force everywhere. Once source crystals, which are pure energy, are exposed to disruption force, they will be destroyed. That's why there's no source crystal mine in this damned place. It's also because of this that the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world is so rich." Lu Xianyun had also seen the scene of the source crystal disappearing quickly, so she heard the scarred man's words. After hearing the scarred man's words, she naturally understood a lot. The disgust in her heart towards the cultivator on this ship also subsided a little. She now understood why they were all so greedy. The scarred man sighed. The source crystals in the solitary void-sealed world are all brought in by the cultivator outside. Don't even think about finding any in this sealed world. Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he had guessed. When he saw the source crystal disappear, Yang Kai had a vague guess. Now, with the scarred man's explanation, he immediately understood that his guess was right. In this damned place, source crystals were really precious things. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The scarred man quickly said, "Jiao Yi. Big sister calls me Old Jiao. You two can call me whatever you want." "Brother Jiao, sit down. I have something to ask you." Yang Kai gestured as he took out a bag of source crystals from his space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Jiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry ghost seeing food. He dragged the bag in front of him, opened it, and was almost blinded by the brilliance of the source crystals. He quickly put them into his space ring and said cheerfully, "Friend, feel free to ask. This old Jiao can even tell you the color of my underwear." "Bah!" Lu Xianyun spat, her face slightly red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, junior sister and I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so." Jiao Yi said, "We already knew this. Who in the solitary void-sealed world dares to take out source crystals outside? Just by looking at your actions, friend, we can tell that you're not familiar with the rules here." He was naturally referring to Yang Kai wanting to trade with Ling Yinchin on the deck earlier. Yang Kai also understood that he must have been exposed, so there was no need to hide. In any case, the other party wanted source crystals, so he might as well use them to open a path and inquire about some information. Jiao Yi sighed and said, "As long as you live here for a year or so, you'll know how precious source crystals are. Old Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how many source crystals you have, you must use them sparingly, otherwise you'll run out one day." Back in the day, Old Jiao had a few million source crystals on him and was considered a rich man, but now, he had a pained look on his face, as if he regretted squandering too much in the past. "How long has Brother Jiao been here?" This question seemed to have touched Jiao Yi's sore spot. He picked up the inferior wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it in one gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, "I haven't counted carefully, but it should be 60 to 70 years, right? 60 to 70 years? Lu Xianyun's pretty face instantly paled. Jiao Yi glanced at her and said, "That's nothing. Some people have been trapped here for hundreds or even thousands of years." "Is there no way out here?" Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi frowned and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Old Jiao's strength is low, but even if there is a way out, it won't be so easy. Otherwise, those old monsters in Clear Sky City would have left long ago. Why would they stay here and suffer?" Yang Kai said, "Brother Jiao also came in from the Solitary Void Mountain Range?" "Solitary Void Mountain Range?" Jiao Yi heard this and was at a loss, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the Solitary Void Mountain Range at the border between the Southern and Eastern Territories? I came from a place at the border between the Western and Northern Territories. There are many places that lead to this place?" That seems to be the case. There are people living on Heavenspan Island from all 4 of the major domains. Just the dozen or so people on this ship alone means that there are at least 10 people who came from different places. Why are there so many? Lu Xianyun was surprised. Jiaoyi spread his hands and said helplessly, I don't know. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, the entrances to this solitary void-sealed world are either moving, or there are many places. Brother Jiao, what's the situation with this Clear Sky Island you mentioned before? Jiaoyi said, Clear Sky Island is Clear Sky Island. All the cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world live on Clear Sky Island. The forces on the island are very complicated. If you go to Clear Sky Island in the future, Old Jiao advises you to quickly find a powerful force to join. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to survive here, especially for newcomers. Many people specifically target newcomers. You know why, right? Source crystals? Lu Xianyun said in a deep voice. Jiaoyi nodded. Yes, newcomers who come here will more or less have source crystals on them. People die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an unchanging truth. Yang Kai asked, Are there masters from the Emperor realm guarding the island? Yes, more than one, Jiaoyi replied. Jiaoyi replied, About 3 to 5. The most powerful one is the Clear Sky Island Master, a third-order Emperor realm master. I heard that he has been here for thousands of years. Even a third-order Emperor realm master is trapped here? Lu Xianyun's pretty face paled, feeling more and more hopeless. Jiaoyi grinned meaningfully. What's so strange about that? If you can't find a way out, you naturally can't leave. However, the island master has been trapped here for so many years, and I heard that his cultivation has dropped drastically. He's only a second-order Emperor realm master now. I don't know if that's true or not. He sighed and continued, but it's true. As long as one lives here for a long time, whose cultivation doesn't drop. This old Jiao was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master before, but after so many years, I'm only a first-order Dao Source Realm Master now. Yang Kai frowned. You don't have source crystals, so how are you going to cultivate here? Jiao Yi replied, with the help of the Spirit Purifying Array. The Spirit Purifying Array in this room isn't of a high grade, so the cultivation effect isn't ideal. The higher the grade of the Spirit Purifying Array, the better. When you reach Clear Sky City, I suggest you rent a cave mansion with a high-grade Spirit Purifying Array. That way, you can slow down the decline of your cultivation to the greatest extent. Of course, in addition to the Spirit Purifying Array, you can also take Spirit Pills, but Spirit Pills are extremely expensive. There aren't many alchemists on the island, and most of them are under the command of the island master. The price of a Spirit Pill here is more than 10 times more expensive than outside. Then how do you live? Lu Xianyun couldn't help but sympathize with Jiao Yi. It was really not easy to survive in such a harsh environment in this solitary void-sealed world. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. We go out to hunt sea beasts and look for some other materials. The monster cores of sea beasts can generally be sold for a good price. We came out this time to look for something called gray feather coral. What's its use? Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi explained. This thing is the main material used to refine the base of the Spirit Purifying Array. If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the Spirit Purifying Array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you two interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak. Especially Yang Kai, who was the third-order Dao Source Realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. Chapter 2369. Jiao Yi tried his best to persuade. We accidentally discovered that patch of gray feather coral 5 years ago, but there was a sea beast guarding it at that time, so we haven't been able to obtain it. But according to Big Sister's observation, that sea beast's lifespan is running out, so it must be dead by now. In other words, that patch of gray feather coral can be mined at will. After this trip, we won't have to go out to sea for at least a year. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Junior sister, and I won't participate in this matter. He didn't lack source crystals at all, so naturally he didn't want to mine that gray feather coral. No matter what Jiao Yi said, he wouldn't be tempted. Jiao Yi saw this and didn't insist, only thinking that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun should live here for a few more years to understand the value of the gray feather coral. At that time, there would be no need for him to persuade them, as they would take the initiative to join. By the way, how long will it take for you to return from this trip? Yang Kai asked. Jiaoyi said, "About 3 days from our destination, and 2 to 3 days to mine. As for the return trip, it will take at least a month before we can return to Clear Sky Island." "So long." Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Jiaoyi smiled bitterly. "The resources around Clear Sky Island are almost all mined, so if we want good things, we can only go farther. The risk is proportional to the benefit." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I wish you success." When Jiaoyi heard him say this, he tactfully stood up and said, "Then I won't disturb the two of you. If the two of you still need anything, just come and find me." "Good." Jiaoyi walked to the door. Suddenly, he said, "Right. When you two go to Clear Sky City in the future, you must first find a way to apply for an identity token. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the city. However, applying for an identity token will expose your identity as newcomers. Do you want me to talk to Big Sister and ask her to think of a way? Although we aren't attached to any force, Big Sister's connections are quite good. She has a lot of connections, so maybe she can get it done." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. "Thank you, Brother Jiao." Jiaoyi smiled. "I'll let you know if there's any news." After Jiaoyi left, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. This damned place could trap even a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was obvious that their chances of escaping were slim. Moreover, Jiao Yi's group obviously didn't know how to leave this place. He couldn't get any information from them. The only thing he could do now was to go to Clear Sky Island and make further plans. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, the ship suddenly stopped. Yang Kai released his telepathic thoughts and found that all the cultivator on the ship were standing on the deck, rubbing their palms together. He was full of drive. It seemed that they had arrived at their destination and were preparing to enter the sea to collect the gray feather coral. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who came over and asked Yang Kai again if he wanted to go with them. After being politely rejected by Yang Kai, Jiao Yi did not pester him further. After a short while, most of the people on the ship jumped off the deck and disappeared into the sea. It seemed that it was just as Jiao Yi had said before. The powerful sea beast guarding the gray feather coral in the depths of the sea had died. Ling Yinqin and the others went very smoothly. There were cultivator constantly drilling in and out of the sea, and everyone looked very excited. For days later, when all the cultivator returned from the sea, no one else went into the sea. Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to their movements, but occasionally he could hear some of their conversations. From the scattered chatter, Yang Kai learned that they had gained a lot on this trip, even more than Ling Yinqin had expected. There were no casualties among the crew, and they had gained so many benefits effortlessly just by going out to sea. Every crew member had a smile on their face, and even Ling Yinqin, who had always been cold, showed a rare smile. After waiting for half a day, the ship turned around and slowly set sail. It seemed that they were going to return. Yang Kai finally relaxed. He was really afraid that Ling Yinqin and the others would encounter some kind of danger at sea. If that really happened, no one would take him to Clear Sky Island. Now that everything was safe and sound, Yang Kai naturally wanted to see it. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stayed in their room and didn't go out. Ling Yinqin seemed to be very satisfied with their cooperation and honesty, so she didn't disturb them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who brought them food and drinks from time to time. 7 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he released his divine sense and poured it into the sealed world bead to connect with his embodiment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the embodiment had sent him a message and seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know what had happened. "That girl Ruoshi is about to break through," the embodiment replied immediately. "Ruoshi is about to break through?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That's good news." "Good news my ass," the embodiment shouted. Yang Kai also suddenly realized something and his expression changed. Dao Source Realm? He remembered that Zhang Ruoshi should be a third-order origin king. If she broke through again, she would be a Dao Source Realm cultivator. That's right. I don't know what's going on with this girl, but her strength is increasing so quickly. How long has it been? She's about to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood the seriousness of the problem and quickly flew into the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoshi was sitting cross-legged. Her aura was fluctuating and the Saint Qi in her body was flowing like a river. It was obvious that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. If it was outside, there would be no problem for her to break through like this, but this was the sealed world bead. The world principles here were not perfect. Zhang Ruo she could cultivate here normally, but breaking through to a great realm involved a baptism of world energy. The comprehension of world principles could not be provided by the sealed world bead. In other words, it was impossible for Zhang Ruo to break through to the Tao source realm in the sealed world bead. If she was left alone, she would only fail. Once she failed, Zhang Ruo's martial Tao would come to an end. She might even suffer a backlash and die. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ugly. There was a vast sea outside, and the environment of the solitary void sealed world was so strange. He didn't know if Zhang Ruo she could break through if he took her outside. Even if he took her outside, where would she break through? Beside Zhang Ruo, Hua Qingxi and Lu Yan were standing there with solemn expressions. Noticing his arrival, the two women hurried over. How long has this been going on? Yang Kai asked. It has just begun, Hua Qingxi replied, but looking at this girl's appearance, I'm afraid she can't be suppressed. If she forcibly suppresses it, it will only damage her foundation. Master, what should we do now? Lu Yan was completely at a loss. They both knew about Yang Kai's current situation, so they really couldn't think of a good way to solve Zhang Ruo's current situation. Keep an eye on her for a while, I'll think of a way, Yang Kai said and immediately left the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruo she had just realized the opportunity to break through, so she could probably hold on for a while longer, but she definitely couldn't hold on for too long. He had to find a solution before the time limit was up. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared again and rushed out. Lu Xianyun was confused. She didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do in such a hurry, so she quickly stood up and followed him out. Inside the cabin, Ling Yinqin was meditating and cultivating. It was really beyond her expectations to have such a big harvest on this trip out to sea. After returning, she wouldn't have to come out for at least 2 to 3 years, so she was in a relatively good mood. Just as she was thinking about which great force to sell the gray feather coral to when she returned, the door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. Ling Yinqin turned pale with fright and jumped up from her spot, yelling, "Who's there?" She was the boss of this ship, so no crew member would dare to rush in without warning her. So Ling Yinqin's first reaction was that she had encountered an enemy. But after seeing the face of the person who came in, Ling Yinqin immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" She was furious and secretly rejoiced that she hadn't been comprehending any secret art or secret technique just now. Otherwise, wouldn't all her efforts have been for naught after being interrupted by Yang Kai? This person had been very well behaved since arriving on the ship. Ling Yinqin originally thought that he was a good person, but now, she found him to be extremely repulsive. Yang Kai also knew that he was being rude, but this was related to Zhang Ruo's life and future, so he could only cup his fists and say, "Big sister Ling, right? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so please forgive me." He had heard Ling Yinqin's name from the crew members' conversations. "What's wrong?" A burst of exclamations came from the corridor. Obviously, the noise of Yang Kai slamming the door had attracted the crew members. When everyone saw Yang Kai standing at the door and Ling Yinqin's angry face, they were all shocked. Jiaoyi stood in the crowd and blinked, saying in amazement, "Brother Yang, why did you slam into our big sister's door? Brat, could it be that you covet big sister's beauty and want to use force? What? How could such a thing happen? Damn it, damn it. Brat, you're courting death. You're not satisfied with having a junior sister and actually have ideas about big sister? See if I don't cripple you today." The group of people clamored, and the scene suddenly became very lively. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists to Ling Yinqin. "This one really has an urgent matter. Please forgive me, big sister Ling." Ling Yinqin gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she was still angry in her heart, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask big sister Ling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" "Break through?" Ling Yinqin heard this, and her expression changed. "Break through to a great realm?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinqin's mind buzzed and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third order Tao Source realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? Chapter 2370. There were only a few emperors on Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinchin never thought that a random person she met on the way would have the potential to break through to the Emperor realm. Once this Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a seat on Clear Sky Island and even shelter them. But only those who had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time would know that this place was simply a cultivator's grave. The cultivator who lived here would be lucky if their cultivation didn't regress with the passage of time. Even if they were lucky enough to find an opportunity to break through, there were very few who succeeded. Ling Yinchin had seen too many people fail to break through in this damned place, losing their cultivation and becoming crippled. So, after the initial shock, Ling Yinchin looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She could see that Yang Kai wasn't very old. Being able to reach the third-order Tao Source realm was enough to show that his aptitude wasn't bad. In the outside world, he should be a young talent of some sect, a rising star. In time, he might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But here, the possibility of failure was very high. Yang Kai looked anxious. He didn't know why Ling Yinchin was looking at him with sympathy. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, he asked again, "Big Sister Ling, do you have a good plan? Do you really want to break through?" Ling Yinchin couldn't bear it and suggested, "If you aren't confident, I suggest you sever your cultivation and don't break through in the solitary void-sealed world." Yang Kai was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Jiaoyi said, "Brother Yang, the solitary void-sealed world isn't a suitable place for breaking through. You also know that this world is filled with infinite disruption force. 90% of those who dare to break through here fail. Big Sister is thinking for you." Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He had thought that this place wasn't a good place to break through, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi's aura was unstable and couldn't be suppressed at all. If she severed her cultivation like Ling Yinchin said, then Zhang Ruoxi would never be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. They could only remain in the Origin King realm for the rest of their lives. Because this was the end of one's own martial path, there were no pills that could cure it. The other crew members also looked at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they felt that he had encountered a great misfortune. As for the matter of him crashing into Ling Yinchin's door, he didn't hold it against him anymore. It was simply too cruel to haggle over such trivial matters with a person whose martial path was about to come to an end. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before his expression hardened. "Big Sister Ling, please give me some pointers." Seeing how insistent he was, Ling Yinchin knew that it was useless to dissuade him, so she could only say, "I have a high-grade spirit purifying array here. Perhaps I can lend you a hand." There were a total of 4 grades of spirit purifying array: low, intermediate, high, and peak. While chatting with Jiao Yi over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that the spirit purifying array set up in these rooms on the ship was of a low level. This was because the higher the grade of a spirit purifying array, the more expensive it was. The price of a higher grade was almost 10 times more expensive. Ling Yinchin and her group were considered the lowest level of cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world, so they didn't have the financial resources to hire someone to set up a more powerful spirit purifying array. Yang Kai also didn't expect her to have a high-grade spirit purifying array. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the better the effect it would have on the cultivator. This spirit purifying array was like a net. While it filtered out the neutralizing force between heaven and earth, it also blocked the flow of world spirit chi. Therefore, no matter how dense the world spirit chi was, wherever the spirit purifying array was set up, the world spirit chi would be relatively thin. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the less it hindered the flow of world energy. The denser the world energy, the better the effect of a cultivator's cultivation would be. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Big Sister Ling." Hearing that Ling Yinchin was going to take out the high-grade spirit purifying array, the crew members couldn't help but change their expressions. Jiaoyi even whispered, "Big Sister, that spirit purifying array." Ling Yinchin interrupted him and took out a set of array flags and foundations from her space ring, handing them to Yang Kai. "If you really can't do it, don't force yourself." She also stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hands and continued, "This is the method to set up the array. It's very simple, you'll understand once you take a closer look." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Although he didn't know the origins of this high-grade spirit purifying array, He could tell from the crew's expressions that this thing was extremely precious to Ling Yinchin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have never used it before. But as far as Yang Kai knew, Ling Yinchin's room only had a low-grade spirit purifying array. He didn't know the story behind this high-grade spirit purifying array, but he secretly decided to compensate Ling Yinchin after this matter was settled. I'll have to trouble Big Sister Ling again. Are there any islands nearby? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinchin raised her head and said to a cultivator with a full beard, "Give me the sea map." The cultivator immediately took out a piece of animal skin from his space ring and spread it out in front of Ling Yinchin. Yang Kai also leaned over to take a look, but he couldn't quite understand it. Ling Yinchin's gaze swept over the sea map for a while before she reached out and pointed at a location, saying in a deep voice, 500 kilometers to the southeast, there is a small island. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Everyone was startled, and even Ling Yinchin's beautiful face paled. No one understood how Yang Kai left. Although she knew that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Just based on the superb method of disappearing just now, Ling Yinchin couldn't spy on Yang Kai at all. If such a person wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. For a moment, Ling Yinchin secretly rejoiced that she didn't let the crew provoke Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. "Brother, he is breaking through to the Emperor realm?" Suddenly, someone murmured from the side. Ling Yinchin looked up and saw Lu Xianyun standing in place with a worried expression. She had followed Yang Kai out of the room and had heard the conversation just now clearly, so she couldn't help but be a little shocked. Unlike Ling Yinchin, who didn't know Yang Kai very well, Lu Xianyun had been meditating with Yang Kai these days and hadn't noticed any signs of him breaking through. So why was he suddenly breaking through to the Emperor realm? But after the shock, she was deeply worried because Ling Yinchin had made it very clear that breaking through in the solitary void-sealed world wasn't a good thing. "Big Sister Ling, my brother, he..." Lu Xianyun looked at Ling Yinchin. The latter sighed and said truthfully, "The chances are very small. It's basically impossible for him to succeed." Lu Xianyun's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Kai Yang was such a talented person, yet he was going to be defeated in this damned place? And the root of all this was her. If they hadn't met by chance in Marsh City, Yang Kai wouldn't have stood up for her, and he wouldn't have attracted an old monster like Yao Chongjun. He wouldn't have been chased to the solitary void mountain range and swallowed up by the solitary void-sealed world. The more Lu Xianyun thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Yang Kai. She felt that if he really failed to break through and became a cripple or died, it would be all her fault. "Big Sister, that spirit-purifying array was left to you by Big Brother Zhou. How could you?" Jiaoyi looked at Ling Yinchin sadly. Ling Yinchin said, "He needs it urgently, so it's not a big deal to lend it to him." Jiaoyi said, "But what if he destroys it? If you want to break through, I will lend it to you." The group of crew members knew that Ling Yinchin wasn't lying. Her personality was like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yang Kai was just a hitchhiker who had nothing to do with her, but she still lent the precious spirit-purifying array to Yang Kai. However, the value of that spirit-purifying array didn't lie in its value, but in its significance to Ling Yinchin. So, even though everyone knew that Ling Yinchin had a high-grade spirit-purifying array, they never asked her to take it out for them to use. Everyone just stayed inside the low-grade spirit-purifying array and cultivated slowly, slowing down the speed of their cultivation regression. "Pass down the order to wait here for a few days. You can all go back." Ling Yinchin waved her hand and ordered them to leave. The dozen or so crew members looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more, so they left one after another. "Brother Zhao, the big brother Zhou you mentioned just now. Who is he?" Lu Xianyun followed Jiao Yi to the room and asked. Jiao Yi said, "He's Big Sister's partner. Back then, Big Sister and Big Brother Zhou fell into this place together and brought us along. Later, when they went out to sea, Big Brother Zhou was killed by a sea beast while protecting everyone. Before he died, the only thing he left behind was that spirit-purifying array, which he bought by selling his own artifact. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a suitable artifact, Big Brother Zhou wouldn't have died." Speaking of the past, Jiao Yi's mood became slightly agitated, and he clenched his fists. Obviously, he had received a lot of care from Big Brother Zhou and had long regarded him as family. Big brother Zhou was really good to big sister Ling, Lu Xianyun said in a slight daze. For the sake of his partner, he was willing to sell his own artifact to buy a spirit-purifying array. This approach seemed stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit-purifying array is to big sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit-purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun had been chatting happily these days and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit-purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinqin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, "I'm sorry, this old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely." "It's fine. I understand brother Jiao's feelings." Lu Xianyun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Chapter 2371. While Yang Kai was flying towards the island, his mind was immersed in the jade slip given to him by Ling Yinqin, looking for the method to arrange the spirit-purifying array. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Tao of spirit arrays, the records in this jade slip were extremely detailed and easy to understand. What's more, with the array base and array flags, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange it. Yang Kai arrived at the short 500-kilometer journey in a dozen breaths, and this was when he deliberately slowed down to study the jade slip. Otherwise, with his divine technique of space, he could have arrived in 3 breaths of time. Looking ahead, there was indeed a veritable island in front of him. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It looked like it was formed by reefs. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was also quiet. Yang Kai hurriedly landed and began to arrange the spirit array according to the records in the jade slip. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, he finally finished setting it up. A faint layer of light suddenly enveloped the entire island, purifying the world energy, but the world energy also weakened by several levels. It seemed that even a high-grade spirit-purifying array couldn't allow all the world energy to rush in. Based on this, even a top-grade spirit-purifying array wouldn't be very effective. Time was of the essence, so he only checked the spirit array a little. After confirming that it was fine, he waved his hand and released Zhang Ruoshi from the small sealed world. "Sir, I've caused you trouble again." Zhang Ruoshi's expression was difficult, and her aura was restless like boiling water. As soon as she appeared, she apologized to Yang Kai with a face full of guilt. She obviously knew about Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. Calm your mind. Breaking through is more important. I'll protect you from the side and eliminate all distracting thoughts." Zhang Ruoshi gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed a seal with her hands, silently comprehending. After a while, the aura floating around her body became more and more fierce, and the saint chi in her body also became more and more violent. The world energy around her. It was as if it had been given life, and it rushed into her body. However, due to the hindrance of the spirit-purifying array, the surrounding world energy was obviously insufficient to meet the requirements for her breakthrough, leaving Zhang Ruoshi in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. With a shake of his chi, the source crystals were reduced to dust and turned into rich world energy that filled the small island. With the help of these source crystals, the bitter expression on Zhang Ruoshi's face finally eased a lot. Yang Kai continuously took out source crystals and shattered them. In just a short while, the world energy on the island was so dense that it turned into a mist, obscuring the entire island. Even though Yang Kai was 10 meters away from Zhang Ruoshi, he couldn't see her figure clearly. When Yang Kai felt that it was about time, he stopped. As for Zhang Ruoshi, ever since her bloodline power awakened, she had become much stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Her aptitude was indescribably good, and every time she cultivated, it was as if she was swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's world energy. It was for this reason that her cultivation could improve so quickly. Back then, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian, obtained a Dao source fruit from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but he was seriously injured by someone. Before he died, he asked Yang Kai to go to the Zhang family in exchange for the Dao source fruit and made Yang Kai promise to leave a Tao source pill for the descendants of the Zhang family. Yang Kai went, but at that time, Zhang Ruoshi was only a saint king. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Tao source realm. That Tao source pill was prepared for Zhang Ruoshi. Yang Kai still kept it, but it seemed that he didn't need it at all. Over the past few years, the young and inexperienced little girl had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel emotional. The whistling sound kept coming, and Zhang Ruoshi seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing the world energy on the island. After a while, the rich world energy became thin again. Yang Kai had to take out more source crystals and shatter them. After 3 times, Yang Kai estimated that he had consumed at least 10 million source crystals. Zhang Ruoshi suddenly snorted softly, and then an indescribable aura suddenly rippled out. She's about to break through. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay in place anymore. He rushed out of the island at a moderate distance and paid close attention to Zhang Ruoshi's movements. This position ensured that he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Ruoshi's breakthrough, and also ensured that he could rescue her in time if something happened to her. At this stage, Zhang Ruoshi's breakthrough was going smoothly because of the 10 million source crystals he had, but Yang Kai knew that the real difficulty had yet to come. For Zhang Ruoshi, the most difficult hurdle right now was the world energy baptism. The world energy here was full of infinite disruption power. If she absorbed it into her body, who knew what would happen? But if she didn't absorb it, she wouldn't be able to break through. This was a dilemma. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a buzzing sound came from the sky, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was pitch black, and above the small island, a huge inky cloud suddenly formed. It slowly rotated and converged into a vortex. Within the inky cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared, revealing the might of the heavenly Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel nervous and looked up at the sky. At the same time, on the deck of a ship 500 kilometers away, a group of cultivators stood there and pointed in the direction of the island. In their opinion, this heavenly manifestation was obviously caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't know who it was. In Ling Yinqin's room, she leaned against the window and looked into the distance. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she muttered to herself, "He actually caused a heavenly manifestation." Causing a heavenly manifestation meant that he would be baptized by world energy, and there really was a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. Ling Yinqin suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai a little. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yinqin was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yinqin had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyun was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoshi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk there was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit-purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit-purifying array was destroyed just like that. Before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoshi's head, her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoshi broke through to a great realm. But Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline power. Now, looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands, her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth, and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years. But compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, the aura of the Tao Source realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. Chapter 2372. 500 kilometers away, Ling Yinqin sighed inwardly. Did he really fail? The heavenly manifestation suddenly disappeared, which was obviously a sign of a failed breakthrough. She didn't know whether Yang Kai was alive or dead. She secretly felt sorry for Yang Kai. Although she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, seeing a cultivator's path to Tao seeking come to an end made her feel sad. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun, who was kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly, suddenly collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale and bloodless. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and rushed outside. Whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, she had to find him. If he was alive, she wanted to see him, and if he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. She felt that if it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such misfortune. With his aptitude, he would definitely be able to laugh proudly in the star boundary in the future and become an overlord. Lu Xianyun had just rushed to the deck when she suddenly saw a huge ship approaching. This ship was much larger and grander than the ship Ling Yinqin and the others were on, and it braved the wind and waves without the slightest sign of life. Lu Xianyun didn't know when it had approached, but by the time she noticed it, the 2 ships were already very close to each other. She looked up and saw that the deck of the opposite ship was filled with cultivators under the leadership of a purple-robed man. They were all glaring at the ship below, clearly harboring malicious intentions. Only then did Ling Yinqin and the others realize what was happening. They ran out of their cabins one after another, and when they saw the sail symbol on the opposite ship, their faces sank. Lu Xianyun was worried about Yang Kai's life and death, so she didn't have the leisure to pay attention to these things. She leaped up and was about to fly out, but the face of the purple-robed man on the opposite ship sank. He waved his hand, and without moving, a palm print swept over. On the island, Yang Kai waited until Zhang Ruoxi opened her eyes before slowly flying over and landing in front of her. He hurriedly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "Discomfort?" Zhang Ruoxi wore a blank look and shook her head. "No." Then her face lit up with joy and she said innocently, "Sir, I broke through to the Tao Source realm." A few years ago, she had never thought that she would one day be able to break through to the Tao Source realm and stand at such a high level. After all, the strongest member of the Zhang family back then was only a third-order origin king. Her family had not produced a Tao Source realm cultivator for many years, but since Yang Kai took her away from the Zhang family, her cultivation had risen steadily. He had grown at an inconceivable speed. In just a few years, he had achieved a feat that the ancestors of the Zhang family had never been able to achieve. Such a level of cultivation was enough to establish a firm foothold in Maplewood City. Zhang Ruoshi was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. She knew that if Yang Kai had not provided her with such a good and stable cultivation environment, she would not have been able to do such a thing. She also knew that if Yang Kai had not unearthed her cultivation talent, she would not have been able to do such a thing. Even if she cultivated for the rest of her life, she could forget about prying into the mysteries of the Tao Source realm. But now, she was only 17 years old, but she was already a Tao Source realm master. She still had a lot of good years ahead of her. She might even have the opportunity to reach the Emperor realm and pry into the secrets of the great emperors. Zhang Ruoshi's heart throbbed. "Give me your hand." Yang Kai came to her side. Although he did not notice anything unusual about Zhang Ruoshi, he was still a little worried and wanted to examine her carefully. Zhang Ruoshi blushed slightly and stretched out her white lotus-like hand. Yang Kai put his finger on it. He pushed a trace of source qi into her body and examined her carefully. After a short while, Yang Kai's body shook as he looked at Zhang Ruoshi in surprise and whispered, "How? How is this possible? What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with Ruoshi?" Zhang Ruoshi was startled when she saw his ugly expression and suddenly became anxious. No. Yang Kai hurriedly shook his head, fearing that he would frighten her, but his brow furrowed more and more. His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incomprehensible. Zhang Ruoshi did not move at all. She could only feel Yang Kai's source qi flowing around her body. Although Yang Kai did not touch any of her private parts, this feeling still made Zhang Ruoshi blush, and she quickly lowered her head to her chest. But she also knew that Yang Kai was checking the situation in her body and did not have any bad intentions. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his finger and looked at Zhang Ruoshi strangely. "Sir, what's wrong with me?" Zhang Ruoshi asked in a low voice. "You're very good," Yang Kai replied, "so good that it's hard to believe." Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoshi would definitely be affected by the disruption force here after breaking through to the Tao Source realm in this damned place. He was prepared to take this girl to the small sealed world to heal, but now, after checking, Yang Kai found that there was no trace of disruption force in her body. The infinite disruption force that filled this world seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her body. That was not all. Although it was hard to believe, it was not enough to make Yang Kai lose his composure. The most important thing was that Yang Kai found that the power in Zhang Ruoshi's body was actually rich source qi, not saint qi. After a cultivator broke through to the Tao Source realm, their power would begin to gradually transform from saint qi into source qi. It took Yang Kai nearly a year to complete the transformation, and this was under the premise of taking a large number of source condensing pills. For example, although Qi Yu, Guizhu, Gutsang Yun, and the others were now in the first-order Tao Source realm, the power in their bodies had not been completely transformed, and this was also the case for Lu Xianyun. Transforming source qi was an extremely long process. Any cultivator who had just broken through to the Tao Source realm would need at least 3 to 5 years to complete this transformation, and this was for a cultivator with good aptitude. For those with slightly worse aptitude, it was possible to take 8 to 10 years. Only by transforming all the power in one's body into source qi would one's foundation in the Tao Source realm be completely stabilized, and there would be hope for one to break through to the second-order Tao Source realm. Yang Kai watched Zhang Ruoshi break through on this island with his own eyes, but in such a short time, Zhang Ruoshi had already completed what would take an ordinary person several years to complete. There was no trace of saint qi in her body. What filled her tender body was pure and vigorous source qi. In other words, Zhang Ruoshi had completed the complete transformation of her source qi the moment she broke through. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how such a strange thing could happen. Fortunately, this wasn't the only strange thing that had happened to Zhang Ruoshi. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only attribute it to her bloodline. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was really extraordinary and seemed to be hiding a great secret. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. He let Zhang Ruoxi continue to carefully examine her body's condition on this island. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he took her back into the sealed world bead and instructed Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi to explain the mysteries of the Dao Source realm to her and assist her in her future cultivation. The island was still the same, but the high-grade spirit purifying array arranged on this island was damaged. After Yang Kai collected the set of array base and array flags, a bitter look appeared on his face. He still didn't know how to explain it to Ling Yinqin when he returned. This high-grade spirit purifying array seemed to be an extremely precious thing to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Yinqin would be angry at him for ruining it. Yang Kai checked the array base and array flags and found that they were seriously damaged. His expression became even more bitter. With a sigh, he put away these things and turned around to return. After a while, a strange look appeared on his face as he stared at the two ships anchored in the sea, his brow furrowing slightly. Of these two ships, one of them was naturally Ling Yinqin's, while the other was even larger than the other one he had never seen before. It was obvious that it had come here when he was helping Zhang Ruoxi break through. In the vast sea, the chances of these two ships running into each other were extremely low. The reason this large ship came here was probably because of the heavenly manifestation brought about by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. That was because the bow of the ship was pointing in the direction of the small island that he had come from. The large ship was 2 to 3 times larger than Ling Yinqin's ship, so when the two ships were placed side by side, they looked like a grandfather and grandson. Before Yang Kai could get close, he heard a commotion coming from the other side, causing his expression to sink. His figure flickered, and he landed directly on the deck. Looking up, he saw Ling Yinqin and a dozen or so other crew members standing on the deck facing off against another group of people under her leadership. Ling Yinqin and the others looked angry, but the other side looked relaxed and indifferent, as if they didn't put Ling Yinqin and the others in their eyes at all. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyun was being guarded by the crew members behind her. Yang Kai saw that there was a red handprint on Lu Xianyun's pretty face, as if she had been slapped hard. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth that hadn't dried up yet. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't know what happened on this ship, nor did he know who the other group of people were. But it was obvious that Lu Xianyun was beaten up by these people who had just arrived. His sudden appearance obviously alarmed the two groups of people who were confronting each other. Lu Xianyun was the first to turn her head, and when she saw Yang Kai, she immediately forgot about her situation and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother." Her beautiful eyes constantly swept over Yang Kai, fearing that she would discover something that would worry her. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine." Ling Yinqin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the third order Dao Source realm fail to break through to the Emperor realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation, if he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yinqin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 2373. This young man named Yang Kai must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Dao. Thinking of this, Ling Yinqin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, otherwise he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor realm in the outside world. "Brother Yang, did you fail to break through?" Jiao Yi asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yinchin quietly kicked him. Jiao Yi immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai, but there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. And I failed. Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. Breakthrough? The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So, the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough? Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yinchin hurriedly sent a message. He's the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yang Yaoshi. Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor Realm. Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter. From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao Yi a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damned place, the cultivator had to stick together. So after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yinchin and the others were actually part of this group, but they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor Realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor Realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The Profound Cloud Pavilion was one of them. Yang Kai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship. Ling Yinchin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yang Kai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshi suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshi. Yang Yaoshi's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression and said with a smile, "Kid, you're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yinchin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshi obviously recognized them. So when he saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals, so this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yinchin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these 2 are my crew members, they're not newcomers." "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he snorted, "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the 3rd order Dao source realm, not much different from Ling Yinchin, he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion and had a master from the Emperor Realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox Zen like Ling Yinchin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yinchin call him that, Yang Yaoshui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yinchin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke. So even if she was angry, she could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. "Humph." Yang Yaoshui glanced sideways at Ling Yinchin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yinchin said through gritted teeth. As for these 2, Yang Yaoshui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damned place all year round will more or less have some Si Chi on them. But they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yinchin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yinchin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation. But she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yaoshui, but when she looked around, the 2 of them were standing together with indifferent expressions and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyun who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyun kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go. Yang Yao Shui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiaoyi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this, he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yao Shui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted. "Ling Yinqin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yinqin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. His suppressed anger almost ignited him, and the others also had similar expressions. They had painstakingly set out to sea, risking their lives, and finally returned with a full load. But they didn't expect to be blocked by Yang Yao Shui here and be robbed of half of their harvest. Half of their harvest was not small, and it was equivalent to the result of their previous 1-2 battle. Who would be willing to hand it over? Ling Yinqin cupped her fists and said, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, since those two are on my ship, they are my crew, so this mistress will definitely ensure their safety. How about this? Our harvest this time is not small, so I can give it all to you, but the premise is that you don't make trouble for them. Are you bargaining with me?" Yang Yao Shui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them as his whole body exuded an icy chill. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said, "We harvested 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral this time, as well as the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Vice Pavilion Master Yang can consider whether it is worth it or not." "What?" Yang Yao Shui was shocked and cried out, 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral and the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Even if he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, he had never seen such a large amount of wealth in one go. Just the 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral alone was incredible, not to mention the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast. A 12th-order monster beast was equivalent to the Emperor realm, and its monster core was priceless. In the solitary void-sealed world, many spirit pills were refined from the monster cores of sea beasts, and this 12th-order monster beast's monster core was enough to refine an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Its usefulness to Yang Yao Shui was simply immeasurable. He was immediately moved. However, Yang Yao Shui still said in a deep voice, "Ling Yinqin, you dare to tease this king? The ice-fire profound armored dolphin was a 12th-order monster beast. How could you have killed it with your strength?" Ling Yinqin said, "It's already dead, and that piece of gray feather coral was originally guarded by it. We just went there to mine and collect it." Yang Yao Shui immediately believed her, because in this solitary void sea, there were often some cultivator who encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters that allowed them to obtain many good things without any effort. He laughed, "You're quite lucky. Not bad, not bad. With so many things, it's enough to buy your lives." Ling Yinqin quickly said, "So, Vice Pavilion Master Yang agrees?" Yang Yao Shui nodded. "Naturally, why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? This king won't take them away, but in addition to the conditions you just stated, these two must also hand over their space rings." He wanted to take Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun away mainly for the source crystals in their space rings. As long as he could get the space rings, why would he care whether Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun lived or died? Ling Yinqin frowned. This mistress is unable to decide for them. Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. This was the limit of what she could do, so the rest was up to Yang Kai to see if he was tactful or not. Yang Kai snorted. "Shameless to such an extent, you can be considered unconventional." Previously, when Ling Yinqin and Yang Yao Shui were negotiating, Jiao Yi and the others did not interrupt even though they were angry. Even when Ling Yinqin said that she was willing to hand over all their gains in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety, none of the crew objected. This made Yang Kai understand how high Ling Yinqin's prestige was among this group of people, because he and Lu Xianyun had nothing to do with them. They had only paid for the tickets and rooms to be with them temporarily. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinqin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinqin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, She was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinchin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinchin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace, but take a step back and you'll see the world." Yang Kai snorted, "Big Sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head." Chapter 2374. Ling Yinchin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her, named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. "Well said, but it's meaningless." Yang Yaoshe sneered. "This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "That's right." Yang Yaoshe looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. "A slap is already a light punishment if you—" He was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshe shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Yang Yaoshe was sent flying, his body tumbling in mid-air as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinchin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshe, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster. But now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak, and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshe was a cultivator of the third order Dao source realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the third order Dao source realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinchin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me?" Yang Yaoshe crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted, "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshe was stunned. Then he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them. Kill them. I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinchin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. The remaining half were Origin Kings, but there were at least 30 people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. There were more than 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, such a huge force was not something they could win against. If they really fought, they would definitely die without a grave. As the big sister, she naturally had to think for the crew. Yang Yaoshe said fiercely, It's too late to say anything now. Ling Yin-chin, this king will personally deal with you, strip you naked, and hang you on Clear Sky City's gates. His anger towards Yang Kai made him hate Ling Yin-chin as well. As a female cultivator, being stripped naked and hung on the city gates for everyone to watch was definitely a great insult. Ling Yin-chin's heart sank to the bottom when she heard this. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk many of the cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion had already rushed over, each with a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Ling Yin-chin and the others live. Seeing this, Ling Yin-chin also knew that there was no turning back, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fight!" Jiao Yi and the others' faces turned cold as they pushed their source chi and summoned their artifacts. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he suddenly returned to Jiao Yi and the others, facing the incoming storm head-on. "Brother, be careful." Lu Xianyun also took out her artifact and called out in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." As Kai Yang spoke, he flicked his wrist and a large long sword appeared in his hand, which he gripped tightly. "Chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to know the consequences of offending this king." Yang Yaoshui's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai and shouted at his subordinates. He was truly furious. No one had ever dared to disobey his orders, let alone slap his face in front of so many people. Yang Kai was the first to do so, so his hatred for Yang Kai was so deep that even the water of the solitary void sea couldn't wash it away. If he didn't torture him, how could he dispel this resentment in his heart? Yang Kai was indifferent. Facing the dozens of cultivators pouncing on him like wolves and tigers, he simply swung his sword slightly. In an instant, sword light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Million sword chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf. Myriad swords swept out, and sword chi shot forward like a waterfall, breaking through the sky with an imposing momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk before the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator at the front could figure out what was going on, he was shocked to find that his defensive artifacts and protective source chi had been easily destroyed. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body and lost consciousness. Asterisk walala. Asterisk on the deck, the smell of blood filled the air. The 7 or 8 cultivators at the front fell like cut straws, blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. The cultivators at the back also suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, howling miserably. When the other Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivators saw this turn of events, all of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, their eyes overflowing with fear. Emperor Aura. Emperor Artifact? Yang Yaoshi, who was covering half of his face with his hand and waiting for a good show to begin, suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were like locusts biting onto Yang Kai's myriad sword, an extremely greedy look flashing across his face. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, he felt the aura of Myriad's sword. This was an Emperor artifact, a genuine Emperor artifact. If he could obtain it, he might be able to use the power of an Emperor artifact to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Where did this little brat come from? How does he have an Emperor artifact? Ling Yin-chin and the others were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape this time and were prepared to drag a few people down with them before they died. They were mentally prepared to fight to the death, but before the enemy could reach them, more than a dozen of them had already fallen. And all this was caused by a single attack from Yang Kai. What's going on? Ling Yin-chin was also confused by the sea breeze. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai's back, thinking, didn't he fail to break through and sever his own cultivation? How can he still display such powerful strength? Was that attack just now the power of an Emperor artifact? Yes, it was definitely the power of an Emperor artifact. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. She had long heard that Emperor artifacts were extremely powerful, and now it seems that it was true. However, Yang Kai must have put a lot of burden on his body to use an Emperor artifact, so it was very likely that he would not be able to make a second attack. What are you waiting for? He just failed to break through and doesn't have much strength left. After one attack, he'll be an arrow at the end of its flight. What are you waiting for? Yang Yaoshi was obviously thinking the same thing as Ling Yin-chin. Seeing that his cultivator subordinates were scared out of their wits, he immediately shouted in disappointment, urging them to hurry up and make a move. Hearing him say this, the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator, who had stopped in their tracks, seemed to wake up from a dream. Their previous timidity and fear were swept away and replaced with ruthless looks. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and flicked his hands, sending out two huge moon blades. Like two pitch-black wheels, they directly crashed into the crowd on the other side. In the next moment, screams and cries of alarm resounded through the sky. Wherever the moon blades passed, they destroyed everything in their path. No cultivator could resist them at all. With the slightest touch, they were cut in half and died on the spot. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Today, no one can leave. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his hands, sending out one moon blade after another. On the deck, the profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator instantly cried for their parents. A group of trash with only first-order Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivation. With Yang Kai's current means, he really didn't need to put them in his eyes. In just 3 breaths of time, only 5 or 6 cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion were left alive. The rest were all lying on the deck, lifeless. Run! No one knew who shouted, but that person leaped up and flew towards the sea. They were completely frightened by Yang Kai's bloody methods, so how could they dare to continue fighting here? When the others saw this, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting and fled one after another. Ling Yinqin's face changed, and she shouted in a low voice, "Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape." This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor Realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating, and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling, and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the Pavilion Master and would have to bear the Pavilion Master's wrath. "Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death?" A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, "You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianxing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off." "Mi Tianxing?" Yang Kai said coldly, "That First-Order Emperor Realm guy?" "Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me," Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianxing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A First-Order Emperor Realm Master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before." When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk?" Yang Kai sneered. "Talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hand slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he'd tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh, a crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a third-order Dao Source realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyun had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings, but there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary void-sealed world, this kind of large artifact used to go out to sea seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound cloud pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyun aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing, but at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day. Otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyun knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. However, Yang Kai did it, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm Master. Brother is very powerful. He even injured that third-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Xianyun didn't seem to notice Ling Yin's shock and added, "Injured?" Ling Yin was completely confused. She felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything she heard was completely beyond her comprehension. It was a sneak attack, and that third-order Emperor Realm Master seemed to have been injured before. Despite Lu Xianyun's explanation, Ling Yin's mind was still buzzing. She didn't listen at all, and just stared in the direction of the ship in a daze for a long time. Big sister, they have a lot of good things. That Yang Yao sure actually has more than 200,000 source crystals on him. We've struck it rich this time. Jiaoyi walked over with a happy face and handed the space ring in his hand to Ling Yinqin. Only then did Ling Yinqin come back to her senses and say, "Divide the things among yourselves, but throw away all the artifacts and unique things. You're not allowed to bring them back to Clear Sky Island. If they brought back artifacts and unique things, they might be exposed and the people of Profound Cloud Pavilion would be able to track them down. So Ling Yinqin wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Although Jiaoyi felt that it was a pity, he also knew that Big Sister was right. He immediately nodded and left, preparing to share the spoils with his brothers. The deck had been cleaned up, and all the corpses had been thrown into the sea. The blood had also been washed away. However, Yang Kai hadn't come out yet, so Ling Yinqin could only continue to wait. About a day later, the ship on the other side suddenly buzzed, and the entire hull began to tremble. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the huge ship suddenly disappeared, replaced by Yang Kai, who appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, he seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength, and his face was a little pale. However, he was holding an exquisite ship that had been shrunk countless times in the palm of his hand. It was obviously the one from Profound Cloud Pavilion. So fast! Even though Ling Yinqin already had some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she still couldn't help but be surprised. It only took Yang Kai a day to refine the ship's barrier. If someone else told her this, she wouldn't believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of her. How strong is this person? Ling Yinqin had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but she found that she still underestimated him. Even if someone from the Emperor realm came here, it was impossible for him to refine the ship in just a day, right? She thought that she and the others would have to wait here for a month or two. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already put the ship into his space ring, and his figure flickered, arriving on the deck. The dozen or so crew members looked at him in awe. Jiao Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. With the strength Yang Kai showed yesterday, Jiao Yi no longer had the confidence to call Yang Kai a brother. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," Yang Kai said apologetically. He knew that the reason why the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion came here and found Ling Yinqin and the others was most likely because of the commotion caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally run into each other in this vast sea? So, the cause of this matter was still him. Hearing what he said, the crew waved their hands and shook their heads. What a joke! The people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were slaughtered by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, which showed how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. They naturally didn't dare to take his polite words seriously. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yinqin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaosher was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. Big Sister Ling is too serious. "It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yinqin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yinqin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Chapter 2376. Big Sister Ling, I have to apologize to you. Yang Kai scratched his head and awkwardly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array base. "I broke this thing." Ling Yinqin took a look and found that her spirit purifying array was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of sadness, reminiscence, and regret. "If it's broken, then it's broken." Ling Yinqin forced a smile and comforted. "It's just a high-grade spirit purifying array. Don't worry about it." Yang Kai asked, "How many source crystals is this thing worth?" "I'll give it to you." Ling Yinqin waved her hand. "No need. It's a pity that it wasn't able to help you." Saying so, she took out 2 wooden tokens and handed them to Yang Kai. "What are these?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. These are Clear Sky Island's identity tokens. You'll need them to enter Clear Sky City. Yang Kai reached out and took them. He immediately reacted and raised his eyebrows. Did you take these from those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion? Will there be any problems with using these to enter the city? There won't be any problems. These two are just low-grade identity tokens and don't have any information recorded on them. If it's a high-grade identity token, it'll be different. Others won't be able to impersonate them, Ling Yinchin explained. Thank you very much. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how he and Lu Xianyun would be able to sneak into Clear Sky City safely, but he didn't expect these people from Profound Cloud Pavilion to take the initiative to give them identity tokens. This was truly timely help. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Brother Yang, help yourselves, Ling Yinchin said. Then, she turned and walked into the cabin. Lu Xianyun came over. She whispered to Yang Kai, Brother, that high-grade spirit purifying array was left behind by Big Sister Ling's partner. It's very important to her. She had heard this information from Jiao Yi, but when she saw the change in Ling Yinchin's expression just now, she knew that Jiao Yi was telling the truth. This high-grade spirit purifying array was indeed very important to Ling Yinchin, as it contained her longing for someone. Only then did Yang Kai realize how much he had damaged. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, Miss Ling, I will definitely find someone to repair your spirit purifying array. The spirit purifying array was only damaged and not destroyed. Yang Kai originally wanted to compensate Ling Yinchin with some source crystals, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays when they reached Clear Sky Island. But now that he knew the significance of this spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, it didn't seem appropriate to compensate her, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays. The best way was to find someone to repair the array flag and array base. When Ling Yinchin heard this, her footsteps paused slightly. However, he didn't turn around. He just waved his hand lightly. His back seemed extremely bleak as he walked further and further away. Brother Yang, do you two want to take a rest as well? Jiao Yi walked over with a flattering smile, his attitude no longer as casual as before. Instead, he was a little more careful. We're about to set sail. It'll take us less than a month to reach Heavenspan Island. Old Jiao will call you when we arrive. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Jiao. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the room with Lu Xianyun. After a while, the ship set sail again. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun wanted to ask about Yang Kai's current situation several times, but she swallowed the words back down every time. Yang Kai's failure to break through to the Emperor realm should have been a big blow to him, so Lu Xianyun felt that if she asked again, he would definitely be saddened even more. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinchin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time, Ling Yinchin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinchin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinchin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. These people are selling their harvest from the sea? Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said, yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce. After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. Let's go! Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed closely behind, but Ling Yinqin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea, not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast. The spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void-sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Dao source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Xan of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Xan. Fan Xan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to sea? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me." Ling Yinqin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xian heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinchin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big Sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision. Fan Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother is really interesting. Chapter 2377. Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yinchin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yinchin looked up at Yang Kai and said, Junior Sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think? She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xian to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xian's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xian immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day, but hadn't gained anything. Now she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, Then let's sell it. Fan Xian immediately smiled. Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price. Ling Yinchin said lightly, I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it to you. As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xian also gave Ling Yinchin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xian was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable. Yang Kai nodded. No problem. Let's go. Ling Yinchin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yinchin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words, Heaven Connect City. At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal, or something of equivalent value, before they could enter. Seeing this, Kaiyang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea, or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinchin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. Yang Kai was originally a little worried that his identity as a newcomer would be exposed. But seeing how simple things were, he knew that he was overthinking things. After entering the city, it was a lively scene. There were many cultivator shops in the city, and there were many shops on both sides of the street. There was an endless stream of cultivator shops. However, he soon noticed something different. Many cultivator were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the street, staring blankly ahead with blank expressions. There were many of these cultivator, and regardless of their cultivation, their auras were extremely weak, as if they hadn't cultivated for a long time. They just sat there, motionless. Not only that, there were also many people dressed as beggars on the street, constantly begging and bowing, but with little to show for it. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that the seemingly bustling clear sky city would be so bleak on the inside. These are all pitiful people. Ling Yin-chin sighed. Without cultivation resources, their cultivation is declining day by day, and they don't have the ability to go out to sea to find things. Other than begging, they can only wait for death. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the streets were like this. Just entering the city and seeing this, who knew how many people were waiting for death in Clear Sky City? Is there really no way to leave this place? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yin-chin shook her head. I've never heard of anyone successfully leaving this place. While the two were talking, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Little thief, how dare you steal from me? The shout was followed by a commotion in the crowd not far away, with occasional sounds of fighting. Yang Kai released his divine sense and immediately found out what was happening. It seemed that a cultivator had been robbed, and the cultivator who was robbed had a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, while the person who robbed him was only a second-order origin king. Not only was his cultivation much weaker than the other party, but his aura was so weak that he might not even be able to display the power of a first-order origin king. This kind of suicidal behavior was absolutely impossible outside, but it seemed to be normal in Clear Sky City. With 2 bangs, the robber was killed on the spot, and his space ring was taken back. The cultivator from the first-order Tao Source Realm was about to say something, but suddenly, countless people with blank expressions swarmed over from both sides of the street. These people's originally empty eyes were now red as they stared at the cultivator's space ring and fought over it. Even if the owner of the space ring was from the first-order Tao Source Realm, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Although he killed several people, no one retreated and was soon overwhelmed by the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk just as these people were fighting fiercely, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These 2 people were full of imposing auras. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team, Jiaoyi explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city. So why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiaoyi sneered. You'll know when you see. Asterisk pung pung asterisk. 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the 2 law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice. The 2 law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward. One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered. Only half? The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, I'll give it all to you, Master. He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The 2 law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, Since you're so sensible, we'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the 2 of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, Poor bastard. That's all you have. After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. This person can only wait for death in the future, Jiao sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. It's so chaotic here. Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yinqin said, when you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything. These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yinqin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinqin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinqin explained. Then, are you living in the outer city or the inner city? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi replied, the outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days. Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yinqin said, Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place. I was planning to do the same. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyun and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinqin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jiao Yi wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jiao Yi and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jiao Yi gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city? The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot? The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, choose for yourself. This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were 2 large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So, he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, this is a restriction token, keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy. Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void-sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit-purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit-purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit-purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit-purifying array. He and Lu Xianyun entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, one for alchemy, one for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void-sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void-sealed world. Junior sister, find a room for yourself, Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyun. What about you? Lu Xianyun asked. I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array. Lu Xianyun said, Brother, you must be careful. I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. And come back early, Lu Xianyun said softly. Lu Xianyun whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kai Yang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City and asking for directions several times, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, he didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact refining grandmaster live here? When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yang Kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yinchin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, so he secretly gave Yang Kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Yang Kai glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Yang Kai coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster Sangda cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Yang Kai looked confused. The boy looked Yang Kai up and down and sneered. "You didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Yang Kai saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the king of hell was easy to meet, but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Yang Kai suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Yang Kai. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you are trapped on Clear Sky Island and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts." Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. "You'll remember." The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, he will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance." 3 chances and 10 people each time? Yang Kai frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangda was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Yang Kai understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. "You're worth teaching, that's how it is." The boy smiled and nodded. "How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to Master like this?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm, so how could he avoid Yang Kai's blow? You dare hit me?" The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red, and he looked very angry. "Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up." The boy seemed to be frightened. He worked for Grandmaster Sangda, and everyone who came here was polite to him, not daring to offend him in the slightest. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to teach him a lesson. Frightened, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard, as if expecting Grandmaster Sangda to stand up for him, but there was no movement from inside. "What are you looking at? At such a young age, you already know how to intimidate others. What will you do when you grow up? I'm asking you a question, answer honestly." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The boy looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. "How many times has Grandmaster opened the door this month?" Yang Kai asked. "Twice." The boy snorted. "When will the next time be?" "How would I know? Grandmaster opens the door at random. He will refine artifacts for you whenever he is in a good mood. Just you wait." You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.